attack.
Mango. His Battle Fury is going to be significantly late here. Or rather, not significantly late. He's going to be having the average Battle Fury timing around the 15-minute mark, I believe. 15 to 16-minute mark, provided he doesn't die more. Another Solar Guardian towards that top side. It is going to be Psychopath in trouble. Not before he finds the kill on towards that Shadow Shaman. The Cold Embrace actually going to buy him some amount of time. But Cry coming in from the Requiem from that backline will be able to make quick work of the Queen of Pain. DB will end up falling and a double kill to be found. Cry is having a phenomenal start to his Shadow Fiend and will be doing quite well for himself. Of course, they are fulfilling their win condition. Future Esports, they are snowballing. Not at a massive speed, but this is the right way to go about it. This should give them a shot at evening out this series. Teleports coming in. It seems like they want to be fighting. They catch Docris, who activates his small serpent ward, and the Urza Warrior taking so much damage, but the Cold Embrace is there. Psychopath coming in with that clutch Berserker's Call, but the question is it going to be enough? Mango will find the kill, but will inevitably fall, and with 3 heroes being down from the side of Protocol 20, doesn't seem like they have much to offer here. 5 Losing Presence stacks being built up here, and you really need to play stack a bit better from the side of Protocol 20. I mean, they are not synergizing their spells at all. Why are you not playing with your Sonic Wave? They need to wait for their cooldowns. Wait for the Sonic Wave. DB, play around him.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
But
tower
it seems
is
like
under
Future Esports, they do not want to give any breathing room to Protocol 20.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Ursa
Radiant structures
contented
are
farming up just for now.
fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He has died about 4 times this game and just not having a great enough game. I'm not sure if that's where you want to be snowballing forward. You're going to end up losing your life. Sonic Wave to come out though. It's been forced out by the side of Future Esports. Meanwhile, a Chaos Meteor dropping on that Ricky, but they found the shackle there. Should have blinked out on DB while you could, as the Future Esports are going to capitalize on these small mistakes that are costing Protocol 20. Psychopath very close to his Blink Dagger, so once he gets that should be the initiation that Protocol 20 need. They don't really have anyone else that can initiate outside of a Blink Dagger on this Winter Wyvern, of course. But again, it's been Future Esports to initiate all day long, all game long, as DB will end up falling. Winter's Curse to come out, but nothing too significant. Sunstrike to also miss. And with the Master Serpent Ward placed down towards this mid side, it really doesn't seem like Future Esports are going to be punished here. They are going to be able to secure the tower and just back away to continue farming up. That was their second tower of the game. They are ahead in terms of those objectives. Mango very close to his Battle Fury. He's actually going to end up getting a pretty early Battle Fury. Just needs about 400 gold, so it's going to be a 14-minute Battle Fury instead of that 15-minute one that I predicted. Of course, I'm only off by 1 minute, guys. It's pretty close, I would say. Pretty accurate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Irving has that Blade Mail. Docris is sitting on about 2,500, yeah, 2,250 gold. So he's just going to straight up purchase that Blink Dagger. They want to be able to initiate quickly. They want to be able to take down a hero as fast as possible. Decapacitate Protocol 20's ability to counter-initiate.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
DP. A lot of Croaker stacks there, and Croaker and Boglets as well. Right, towards this bot lane. No Blink Dagger on the axe means that Cry is going to be safe, at least for now. But DB is not going to be safe from him, from the side of Future Esports. And until you have the Blink Dagger from this axe, it really doesn't seem like things are going to be changing. Psychopath
Radiant's
to
bottom tower is under attack.
get frozen down as a knight is going to come in.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom
A Diffusal Blade ready up on that Rikimaru means that he's going to be doing just fine. I mean, so far, win conditions actively working out at near 5,000 net worth of an advantage. 15 minutes in, they have been able to take down towers too, and Future Esports are in prime condition to actually win the series out. Or rather, even the series out. They won't win the series if they
Dire's top
win this
tower
game.
is
They'll
under
even it
attack.
out and they'll get to play for that game 3. Meanwhile, if they lose this game, then of course that game 3 won't be happening. It is going to be Protocol 20 that wins. And it does mean a lot to Protocol 20 because they have played 3 games, lost 2 of them, only won once. So they need the win to have a comfortable standing in the group stage. But it seems like their chances are going to be getting diminished even further with the Rikimaru going in. Of course, the Cold Embrace is going to come out. The Shackle to actually hold the Winter Wyvern in place. But it's Knight who's actually fallen down. And with Mango coming in, he has the Battle Fury and those swipes that do too much. Future Esports, they lose 2 and they are going to lose their 3rd. All for a kill on that Wyvern. Not worth it at all for Protocol, or rather for Future Esports. As Protocol 20 head on over towards that Roche pit, they were going around it, but then they realized, hey, we have it, Ursa. You can actually just take Roshan. They have 3 heroes that are dead. And it's going to work out. Psychopath having that Blink Dagger up finally. So does Mango, so they can initiate in unison with each other and can potentially overwhelm Future Esports. Actually, they can dish out a bit of the same medicine to Future Esports, as it's been the strategy from Future Esports to initiate and then take someone down within the first 2 to 3 seconds. And it seems like it's actually going to be Protocol 20 who are going to be doing that. Of course, this is their timing to play with now. Mango with the Battle Fury as well as the Blink Dagger. He is fully online, able to go anywhere, able to mount up with his team. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Stack up against Future Esports. Of course, things are going to be an uphill battle as your bot lane is kind of exposed here. Cry with the Mask of Madness and his tower is taking a whole lot of damage. Can they actually take this Master Serpent Ward down? Is the big question. They are trying to fight it. Of course, the overpower goes a long way in being able to take that Observer Ward down. It takes 15 hits to destroy, and overpower grounds to about 6. If you pre-charge it, you can have around 12 swipes against that ward. We're going to see a 4-man smoke. They might find their way on some of these heroes from Future Esports. Smoke's breaking. The axe goes in with that Berserker's Call, but he doesn't find anything. He's going to get punished for it. The Sonic Wave to come out in response, with the Solar Guardian is going to be there. The Cold Embrace to make sure opponent stays alive. But the Requiem of Souls to come out, pushing that Invoker back out. And where is your Ursa? Mango struggling to make his way towards his team, and he won't be able to provide any aid. I wonder where he was. Now he goes in. Mango with a double kill was able to activate his enrage as well, and that means he can potentially exit this fight. Won't be able to do so, will lose his first life. DB goes in, but is going to get punished severely for this, and Lloyd has no way to cancel that TP. The Shadow Fiend will be able to exit, but they found that Dawnbreaker towards that backline. Can they find the kill here? They will be able to do so. Irving goes down, and overall it is going to be a 4 for 3, or actually make that a 4 for 4. Ursa's, of course, the skull icon isn't really representative of that team fight. He did have an Aegis, so he came back instantly. Meanwhile, Winter Wyvern died, but then used that buyback to come in. And I don't think that Future were expecting that kind of counter initiation from that Ursa. Protocol, or rather Protocol 20. Psychopath finding a rather mental place to be farming on the map. Mango. They want to have the dust. It did reveal Knight there, and they're going to see him because he used the tricks of the trade, and he will end up dying. I don't think he actually makes it out of there alive. You do have Docris to come in with that shackle, so that means that he'll be able to sacrifice his own life to keep his Rikimaru alive. And the question is, does Ricky actually want to be going back in? A Walrus punch on towards DB to start things off, but he got his blade mail off. The question is, can they actually survive? DB won't. He will end up falling. But where is the Mango? Does he want to be going in? He's waiting for it. Psychopath, he's going to find that Berserker's Call towards that backline. Mango, where are you going to blink towards? It turns out it's going to be towards Zoo. Finds the Tusk. Turns out he thought it was too risky to make a move towards some of these cores.
Grace to you.
Dire are scanning.
21 minutes in, 6,000 of a network advantage being built up, but Mango, the Fuzzy Wuzzy, wants to go in on towards Cry, who's channeling his Requiem, threatening that Ursa, but it's going to be Knight who's caught and found out. He will end up dying. And there are cracks starting to appear in the hull of Future. The question is, can they keep their lead as Protocol 20? This is their timing, and sure, you have the Hurricane Pike on towards Cry. The Shadow Fiend is pretty weak against the Ursa. Is aiming to go for that Butterfly. So once he has that, he should be able to survive just a little bit.
Dire's top tower.
At least until you get that MKB. Mango is already queued it up in anticipation of that Butterfly from coming out. Does have a Skull Basher and a Shard at the ready. Oh man, this Ursa is looking formidable. He is at the top of that net worth chart.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they want this Ursa though. They find the Hex, they find the Shackle, and the Solar Guardian as well. A bit of an overkill, but they'll take it. Bota, he's stuck over here. Is there a force off? Lloyd hasn't been able to complete it so far. Now the Winter's Curse will come out, but the Cataclysm won't be able to do much. The Sonic Wave, meanwhile, was attempted, but still nothing to be found. Of course, Docris over on that high ground is going to end up getting caught out, is going to end up getting called down. DB, the Winter Cold Embrace, can heal him up quite a bit. The Dawnbreaker to actually make his exit. Mango went in for a buyback. Will eat a Requiem, and the Shadow Fiend will just end up teleporting away. Not too sure why Mango chose to buy back towards its high ground. Knight will end up falling, but that is completely worth it for future gaming. Hmm. "24 minutes in, and this can be anyone's game. I mean, if Future are able to team wipe Protocol 20, they have a very easy entry into the high ground. Meanwhile, if Protocol 20 team wipe Future, then they are very much back into the game, and it's very much possible to actually team wipe them because you have those, the Ursa, he is a glass cannon carry at the end of the day. You have DB on that Queen of Pain who's going to be transitioning into a more effective core position. And then you also have the Cataclysm. Now sure, the Kata hasn't been on point so far. He stacked it onto the Winter's Curse, which, if for you, those of you who do not know, in the duration of the Winter's Curse, only Lloyd, only the Winter Wyvern can actually deal damage. The rest of the damage coming in from player-controlled sources doesn't exactly do anything.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Might actually have an extended game here because I don't really think that either of these teams will be able to finish it out that quickly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pota, he's signaling that mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Mango,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I thought he would take down the tier 1 tower, but he'll leave it to Pota. The Forge Spirits will be able to make quick work of that. And yeah, this is the right idea, right? For Protocol 20, they want to be pushing out that side lane. Meanwhile, Future Gaming pick up that Aegis uncontested. And with the Aegis on their side, they're going to teleport towards that bot lane. Do they want to be defending, or rather, do they want to be attacking from that position?
Are scanning.
Knight, he sees the Queen of Pain, but DB does have the Blade Mill, so I'm not too sure what he's going to be able to do. The Solar Guardian doesn't exactly, Dawnbreaker doesn't exactly have enough mana for it. Now he does! Dropping down on towards the Queen of Pain, who wasn't able to find the blink out. DB will die. And ideally, I mean, he should make a BKB. You really do need BKBs on this team.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Right, heading towards that bot side. It seems like they found their entry inside of that tier 3. The buyback from the Queen of Pain is available. The question is, how are they going to defend this, as both the Shadow Fiend and the Serpent Ward do so much damage.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
First lane of Rax going the way of Future, and
Dire's top tower.
with the Aegis well in hand for over 3 minutes, I think they just go towards another high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But I think they're going to go for a smoke here. Protocol 20. They want to go for a clash. Docris finds the Hex, but the Ursa Warrior on towards that Shaman was able to get off his ultimate too. DB is under the guise of that smoke, and now a perfect Winter's Curse on towards everyone, and the Cataclysm once again not really going to find much, but Mango is here with a BKB. He's going to soak up that Requiem, but he's taking so much damage from that Shadow Fiend. The Cold Embrace is going to come out right in time, and Psychopath with the Berserker's Call on towards that Shadow Fiend. The buybacks are coming out, but can they actually support the Fiend here, as 5 heroes from Protocol 20 are remaining in this position? The Shackle being found by the Shaman, but Mango coming in from that backline. The Ursa, the Bear from Hell, going to take down Cry. The Shadow Fiend is going to fall, and it's going to be a full team wipe from the side of Protocol 20. They will find Zoo. And that was a 6v5 fight. In fact, That was, I believe, a buyback on the Queen of Pain and a buyback on the two supports from from Future. That's.
Radiant's middle tower.
My maths is horrible, guys.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tell everyone about how bad my maths is on all of the circuits that I do, you know. So it's about time that you guys realize that my maths is horrible too. So 1 buyback on the Radiant side, that's 6 heroes. 2 buybacks on the Dire side, that's 7 heroes. And in Aegis, that's 8 heroes. A 6v8 team fight
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
that went in favor of Protocol 20. And their entire lead is gone. This is what the problem was. 5 in a 6,000 net worth lead. It's enough that if you team wipe the other side, you can snowball that into objectives. But if you end up getting team wiped yourself, your entire lead is going to dissipate, is going to vanish before your eyes. Knight. Rikimaru on towards that axe, but Psychopath will end up dying here. Nothing too surprising, as the Rikimaru is pretty strong at this stage. Of course, does not have a scepter on Knight.
Got it.
Invoker finds the Observer Ward as DB will be able to pick up some nice creeps for himself. Needs to be careful though. Don't have the Solar Guardian. It's going to come back in about 11 seconds, and Knight's going to stick around here. He wants... Oh, DB. He's actually going to blink forward, baiting out that smoke. And now on towards Knight he goes. He has that Sonic Wave. Will use it on that Rikimaru. And with Pota coming in, where is your Solar Guardian? Turns out they have abandoned the Riki to his fate.
A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
DB. Now it's time for some objective gaming from the side of Protocol 20. Of course, they are on a bit of a short window here. They ideally should be looking towards taking down some of these towers. Docris picking that haste rune up. Psychopath finds the culling on Docris, nothing too significant there. Shaman down for about 50 seconds without buyback as well, by the way. Let's actually take a look at all of the buyback statuses. It's 3 heroes without it. The Queen of Pain did go for the buyback. Meanwhile, the support duo went for it over on the side of Future. Poacher in the Ghost Walk has the BKB available and is going to be able to make a Lincoln Sphere in about 200 to 300 gold. So he'll be able to survive against the Hex, against the Shackle, against the Disables. It's going to go a long way. Meanwhile, DB does have that Ghost Scepter. So now in a situation where the Rikimaru initiates upon him, he should be able to survive outside of when the Riki gets a Nullifier, which is very far away from now, at least until the 40-minute or 37 to 38-minute mark. I wonder if the game will even last for that long, as Protocol 20, they are well on their way to that high ground. In they go. is through that bot lane. Meanwhile, teleports though, it seems like something else has got their eye. They want to be making a move on towards Knight, who uses a defusal, but Mango is coming in, and Rikimaru trying to find his exit. Cry is coming in from towards that side as well, but the Ursa was able to bring out his Enrage, and was able to activate his BKB. Where is the Cold Embrace there? BKB is being activated by almost everyone, and it's on towards DB they go, but where is the follow-up? The Queen of Pain did end up getting hexed out. The Requiem of Souls not really going to find too much there. Lloyd, he's going to end up falling towards that Rikimaru, forced to use that Cold Embrace, the Sonic Wave in response, but it's not going to be enough. And I think that's going to be how this fight gets called, but Pota, he's making his way towards that mid side. Mango wants to be going in. Finds that amplified damage rune, but he's actually abandoned his invoker here, and Cry will be able to take him down. May even be able to find that Queen of Pain. Did find the blink out. Mango, what was that? Getting a bit too greedy there, my friend.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lack of coordination, as we have seen from Protocol 20 before, and I really hope that they can figure things out, as they are the ones who are faced up against the 7,000 net worth advantage, right? They are the ones who have to come back into the game, and they can do that because they have the damage output. Perhaps Mango just straight up purchases an Abyssal Blade. He's queued up an Octarine Core, but the Abyssal allows him to actually stun that Shadow Fiend. Even if the Shadow Fiend comes out with, or rather, he doesn't. Shadow Fiend doesn't exactly have a BKB. Okay, then you can pretty much not make the Abyssal if you don't want to. There the Scepter is, and surprising that the Queen of Pain hasn't gone for a Hurricane Pike to be able to make his way out of the smoke cloud. I mean, it's an absolutely crucial requirement. Of course, the Axe does have it. Psychopath, despite his name, he is making some sound decisions. Roshan, it was spotted out. The roar is going to go off too, but there are so many observer wards being placed down here that I think Future are going to see this coming. You have a haste rune on that Axe, but he won't be getting out of that one. He will end up dying. Queen of Pain going to go blink forward, but the Aegis already having been picked up. Mango was able to make quick work of the Dusk though. The question is, can they keep going here? You have that Aghanim Scepter available on towards DB. The Ursa is just going to melt though. Has the buyback, might need to use it, as they're completely collapsing here over on the side of Protocol 20. It's a full team wipe to come out. Really underestimating the damage output from the Shadow Fiend, as Future are well on their way towards that high ground. There are only 2 buybacks over on the side of Protocol 20, and they're probably going to give one lane of racks away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Future, if they're not going to allow it, will use a buyback on that Ursa, but he needs to be waiting for that Axe right now. Needs about 10 seconds. The Boss Serpent Ward is going to come out. The buybacks from the Winter Wyvern is there as well, but this throne is exposed. Mango goes in, but against the Shadow Fiend, does he have the sustain here? Will end up dying. There is your dieback, and with the throne completely exposed, with the Axe the only one alive, the GG is inevitable, will be called by Protocol 20. We are going to a game 3. Oh man, 38 minutes in, and it's impressive that Future were able to hit all of their win conditions, even though they have a Rikimaru mid. I mean, it's very difficult to actually make a mid Rikimaru work out. This time around, the Shadow Fiend, in contrast to yesterday's series against Yangon, this time around, Future Esports were able to make their Shadow Fiend carry work out and able to play around an Axe. That's not easy, so I do have to give credit to Future Esports. They have earned a certain amount of respect, a high amount of respect. But of course, that was just game number 2. There is another game to be played in this best of 3 series alone between both of these teams, and we will see who comes out to be the winner. We will come back into the game right after a short break.
5
course,
seconds remaining.
for the first series.
Radiant
We're
team
now in the midst of game number 3, as Protocol 20 versus Future Esports are throwing everything they have at each other, even picking up their opposite heroes, right? The Future Esports were the ones who picked up that Shadow Fiend, and have actually played that Shadow Fiend, I believe, 3 out of the 5 games that they have played so far. But it's going to be Protocol 20 who grab that Shadow Fiend up for themselves, alongside of the Axe and the Dazzle. And Future Esports, they have the Pangolier and the Tusk. Now, you do have the Snowball save, once again, for the Axe as well as the Shadow Fiend. But it's... this time around for Protocol 20, I mean, this Shadow Fiend setup is much nicer than the one that was being played by Future Esport, right? I'm not saying he's going to do better, I'm just saying the setup is nicer. The Axe Berserker's Call, followed up with the Requiem of Souls, that is going to be on that mid position, and the Queen of Pain on that carry position. Certainly wouldn't be surprising, as Future Esports did go for it in game number 1. They had the Queen of Pain as well as a Storm Spirit, but of course they weren't able to make it work back then. They also had a Pangolier. Actually, I think their entire lineup is the same, right? I will have to open up the Wikipedia to actually be able to tell, but I think they had the Tusk as well in that game, right? As well as the Pangolier and the Queen of Pain. Let's see. Okay, so the match isn't exactly showing on Wikipedia, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they played it previously or not. They bring it now, right? Tusk, very good against the Axe, the Shadow Fiend as well. If he's able to dodge, or rather save his allies from that Requiem by using that Snowball, that can be the key to Future Esport winning this series. It is going to be this Tusk who has to be the playmaker. Future Esports, meanwhile, they go for the Jakiro once again for that overtime damage. The Shaman is banned out this game, so we won't see that one. Meanwhile, for Protocol 20, they have a decision to make. Is this going to be a mid Shadow Fiend, or is this going to be a carry Shadow Fiend? Coupled up with the Axe, the magical damage Shadow Fiend isn't all that bad. It's actually pretty darn good. Protocol 20. Let's see what they go for. Now, again, you have the Queen of Pain, which is pure damage, right? So you want someone with a high amount of HP. Perhaps a Dragon Knight. Perhaps you can even pick yourself up a support at this point of the game, right? You can go for something like the Willow, just to hold people in place. They have a distinct lack of stuns, so you want some disables being added in. And I think even for your carry, or even for your Lost Core, you want to be adding in some disables. There is your disabler, there is your controller, the Storm Spirit coming in for their mid position. That will mean that the Shadow Fiend is going to be going towards that carry role. Meanwhile, Axe should be an offlaner this game. I found it very surprising that Axe was sent as a position 4 rather than an offlane. I know it's been played up a bit, right? The Axe support is not exactly groundbreaking. It has been played in the tier 1 meta, but again, it wasn't successful back then, and it wasn't successful in the previous game. I doubt it will be successful now.
Dire team ban.
An Ursa ban coming out from Protocol 20. Ideally, you ban out the Morphling as well, right? You don't want the Morphling versus the Shadow Fiend, or even a hero like the Drow Ranger against the Shadow Fiend. You only get one ban though, so maybe the Terrorblade as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin is banned out, so I would just say ban out either the Terrorblade or the Morphling over on the side of Protocol 20, and you should be good to go.
Dire team ban.
There's that Widow ban. Was certainly a good hero for Protocol 20 to pick up for their side. They talk about it before, but still, now that it's banned, there's no point hammering on or harpering on about the Willow. What is going to be their last ban? Ideally, it is going to be a support. I mean, support bans aren't, especially last hero support bans, right? Not exactly too impactful. You can ban up just about any support because at this stage, they all work really nicely. Meanwhile, Protocol 20, this is the ban that is important. Are they going to be banning out that Terrorblade or that Morphling, or is it going to be something else entirely? Let's actually find out.
10 seconds remaining.
They do have around 35 seconds of reserve time, so they can choose to think about this. Even I would be confused between the Terrorblade and the Morphling. I think most teams would be. This is a difficult decision to make. And the clock is ticking. 15 seconds for your last ban. I hope they don't just let this tick out, right?
Radiant team.
And it is a Terrorblade. So they go for the Terrorblade. That leaves a future esport to pick that Morphling up. That is what I would be predicting. For Protocol 20, of course, they have their support hero. And I wonder what they are going to be going for. They can go for something as safe as the Lion as well. But
10 seconds remaining.
against a Tusk and a Jakiro, it's not exactly all that great. They are going to go for the Tidehunter, and they too are going to position, I think, their axe as a support. Meanwhile, future esports, do you go for that Morphling or do you hold it and go for something else? I mean, you still do have the option of that Lifestealer, right? You can go for the Infest Bomb if you are a bit wary about the Requiem as well as the Tidehunter. So you can dodge out those stun, or you can dodge out that damage, but it won't save you from the axe call. And that's why I think you need a mobile hero that, like the Morphling, can just move in and out of those fights. Let's see what it's going to be for them, though. You can go for the Swen as well, but I would say Swen is the weakest of all of those heroes that I just mentioned. Let's see. 30 seconds. They are also down to reserve time. Future esports taking their sweet time with this. I would say go ahead and pick yourself up a Morphling, but Protocol 20, the way that they have drafted their lineup, it means that any carry you go for is going to be having a hard time. It is going to be a Luna. That was not what I was expecting. Luna did have a bit of a resurgence in this patch, but that is a lot of disable against Luna. Luna isn't a mobile hero. Sure, you have one of the highest movement speed in the game, but he's not going to be able to survive against the damage coming out from Shadow Fiend, against the disable coming in from the axe. The Storm Spirit can zap in, the Tidehunter can blink in for the Ravage, and not to mention your Eclipse when it comes out, Dazzle will be able to use the Grave against that Eclipse target. Of course, it's not all doom and gloom for future esport. They do at the end of the day have Knight on that Queen of Pain, a hero that does pretty well against the axe and the Shadow Fiend, and not to mention wins the lane against Storm Spirit, right? So should be having a decent enough early to mid game, and then if Irving is successful on his Pangolier, that should create enough space for Luna to continue farming up, maybe even take down the Shadow Fiend, who's very squishy, to be honest. And that Rolling Thunder is actually a pretty decent spell against the axe as well. So for future esport, they have a way to play this game. It's going to be a bit hard for them because their requirements are much steeper. They have to get the better initiation off, not to mention they have to make sure that they're not engaged upon by that Storm Spirit or axe in a way that controls several of Future's heroes. So you have to not only be careful, you have to get off successful initiations, you have to be able to farm up on your Luna, etc, etc. And yeah, it's a long list. It's a long list. But for Protocol 20, things aren't as dire, right? They do have, at the end of the day, a Storm Spirit who, despite being worse off against the Queen of Pain in the early to mid game, does very well against the Queen of Pain later on, right? You have the Shadow Fiend as well, who may have a lot of vulnerability in the early to mid game, but again, if you're able to make it work with the Shadow Fiend, the damage output coming out from him is going to be pretty significant, enough to snowball you to a victory in this series. And then of course you do have a DB on that Tide Hunter who can come in with that Ravage. Now another thing that we have noticed from Protocol 20, particularly as I did cost them in their first few series that they played, Pota loves to play the Storm Spirit. But it seems like while they draft the Storm Spirit, their position 2 and their position 3 to play in a synergized way, it doesn't always seem as well coordinated. And now, an early game clash coming out on towards DB. Irving taking a lot of damage. So is DB, though. He'll be the first one to fall, and Irving will soon follow him to the grave on the other side. Docris will be able to pick up that first blood. And I think that's going to be the end of any initiation. As I say that, though, Psychopath is actually charging forward. Will be getting his Battle Hunger, providing that 18% movement speed slow. Dazzle does not really have his Poison Touch, so that means Doctors will... I mean, they chose a long and scenic route, but in the end, it all leads back to the same place. And that is the start of the game. Zoo coming in. Boss side, the Tusk couple up with the Pangolier should be having a decent enough time, but against the Shadow Fiend and a Dazzle, I do think that Mango will be having the better lane. You can't zone the Shadow Fiend out. You can't initiate that easily on him, and that leaves Lloyd to be the vulnerable target on this Dazzle. He needs to make sure his positioning is correct, otherwise he's going to get picked off time and time again from that Tusk as well as Irving. And Future Esports love to play that kind of game. Love to play with that kind of strategy. For the mid lane, you have the Storm Spirit, right, against the Queen of Pain, and we did talk about this. Queen of Pain can choose to max out the Shadow Strike, and surprising that the Queen of Pain just now reached level 2. There we go. And nice last hitting underneath the tower as well, evening the score out against the Storm. And I wonder if this Queen of Pain will prioritize flash farming or will prioritize with shutting down the Storm Spirit, right? Because it really depends. If you want to shut down the Storm Spirit, you go for that maxed out Shadow Strike because the Storm has no way to dodge it. And if you want to go for the flash farming and risk the Storm Spirit farming up himself, then you max out that Scream of Pain. But I think Knight is going to go for that maxed out Shadow Strike combination. And what this does is it allows you to control the rune as well. It allows you to slightly decrease the amount of regeneration coming out. Because if Poto wants to regenerate, he needs to be waiting for the Shadow Strike to run out, which means that he has to position himself a bit further away from the creep wave than he would like. Out of position to get those creeps in at the very least.
Dire are scanning.
Of course, he will... Is he going back to base?
Dire's
Okay, he is, and that's going to leave Knight to actually pick up 2 Wisdom Runes, or 2 Watcher Runes. I'm not too sure why I said Wisdom Rune there, but Knight... Towards that top lane. DB falling incredibly low. Won't actually die even though the Lucent Beam comes out. Mango was able to find a kill towards that bot lane against Zoo. This is what we were talking about. You need to be very careful, and any initiation being made on that Shadow Fiend is going to be a risk. And turns out they were fine with the risk, but they were also fine with getting cleaned out by the house. Zoo ends up falling down again, and towards that top side, DB incredibly low right now, will fall to Docris. And it's actually towards that bot lane that contest for the Lotus really heavily cost Future there. They lost 2 of their heroes, and oh man, kills happening all across the map. As soon as you turn around, as soon as one kill happens on the other side, there's one kill, there's a different kill happening on another side lane. It's
are fortified.
I'm trying my best here, guys. But these teams, they don't make it easy. This third game is looking to be a game where both teams want that early game advantage and are willing to die for it. Psychopath. Oh, the gush is going to land upon that Luna, and a two-man Berserker's Call being found, as well as a poison touch. The Shadow Weave means that the cry is going to fall. Docris on that Jakiro is going to follow him into the grave, as he has no movement speed left, and the Shadow Weave will finish him off too. Of course, Irving was able to find Mango's courier, so that is also a win going for future. Maybe a small win. A minuscule win. Psychopath. He's thinking about it. Tidehunter being slowed down now, but the snowball is also going to come in from Zoo, which means that Tidehunter is surely going to fall. The grave is not skilled up, which means Lloyd didn't really have any point going there. So I think he prioritized stacking this creep wave up. Sure, you lose your Tidehunter, but he can recover. And perhaps you even give the stack away to Psychopath so that he can get his early Blink Dagger. Would go a long way. Lloyd against Docris, the Jakiro falling incredibly low here. Can they find Lloyd first? No, he has the Lotus. Psychopath will clean up Docris, and Lloyd will be able to get his grave off in time. Of course, he will end up falling. The question is, can Zoo defend his Luna? He will be able to find the shards there, boxing Protocol 20 in. And of course, he is going to sacrifice, or will he, with night coming in? Zoo does fall, but the Sonic Wave is going to clean DB out. It is going to be a 2 for 2, as I think both of these teams are going to be happy enough with that. Protocol 20 less so, because mid lane Prota going to eat a Shadow Strike, and he's incredibly slow. He will make it to the tower, but that was, I'm sure he won't be feeling too happy about the fact that he did end up giving away the rune to the Luna. It's always that top lane, guys, where you find these aggressive lanes. Even towards the off lane, but of course at this time, the off lane is very static, right? Because you do have Mango, he just wants to continue farming up. Meanwhile, the Wisdom Rune play is underway. 3 heroes, the Eclipse to come out. Axe there. The grave will be planted on him, and he will be able to survive. Cry, meanwhile, able to hold his own, but for how long is the big question. He will end up falling, as you've only lost your axe so far. You will also lose your Dazzle, so Protocol 20, they are coming out with some losses. Knight trying to hold his ground will activate that Illusion Rune and will find the cleanup on that Storm Spirit, and with keeping his distance away from DB, perhaps he finds yet another kill. Has that Scream of Pain, but then Ravage to come out, and that means the trade might be found, but Knight was able to use his wand. He was able to make it out in time. Psychopath was not able to find the call there, and the Queen of Pain is gone. (11-11) right now. Mango? Will he end up dying? He will. Docris, nice skill being found on that Shadow Fiend, who was very out of position, and Future Esports were able to capitalize. And ideally, you need to take down a Shadow Fiend once more in this laning phase. I mean, sure, you slowed down his farm, but he's still at the top of that net worth chart with 2 null talismans, which I don't know why he has 2 nulls. I think it's for the mana regen, I suppose, or the max mana bonus. But I think bracers or wraith bands, I think bracers would have been at least one bracer. You can make a bracer and a null, right? A wraith band and a null. A bracer and a wraith band, that's great. But two nulls, that's
Radiant's bottom tower.
cancels each other out. It's null
Dire's
nullifies each
is
other.
under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Zoo will end up dying. It's not anything too significant, but still, he was able to buy time enough so that Cry can take down this bot side tower, and Future are going to be happy with that exchange.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dusk TPing towards that mid lane, but of course Storm Spirit has the zap. He also has 10 1 charges, so he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, DB content on farming up just for now. The stacks haven't been stacked after we saw Dazzle stack them up once, but that was just about it. Cry might end up getting spotted out by this axe, who was looking for those creeps, or rather he's going to be farming his own set of camps that Cry probably stacked up for himself. He will be TPing towards that bot lane. Meanwhile, a siege, an ongoing siege happening towards that mid side. The question is, do you defend this? How do you defend this, in fact? Because it's Lloyd who's got out, Psychopath will come in, but he doesn't exactly have a blink dagger.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower taking a bit of damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And the ancient stacks being found out. Question is, do they want to be defending this? There is no Ravage for about 150 seconds. Pota is here. He has enough mana though to hold his ground. Irving wasn't able to get his Rolling Thunder off, and that means they might just collapse here. Two heroes down now. The Storm Spirit, very aggressive zap forward onto his Doctors. Can they find this kill? The Ice Spot to come out. You have the Sonic Wave. There it is, but the Grief to come out from Lloyd will keep the Storm Spirit alive. Just for now, enough so that DB can come in for that nice and clean deny on Pota. And suddenly, this is a team fight that has gone way out of hand for Future. Being won consistent, or being won in a very handed fashion, single-handed fashion by Protocol 20.
Got it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Protocol 20 now having the lead in their
Dire's
advantage.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's nothing significant. In fact, it's practically nothing actually. But Diffusal Blade on Irving. Cry with the Yasha. Still trying to make his way towards that Manta, or maybe towards that Dragonlance.
Radiant
Meanwhile, Mango is quite farmed too. Similar to the Luna, in fact. He's sitting at about 7,000. Will be picking up his Dragonlance.
Radiant's bottom
Psychopath.
tower is under attack.
He's going to eat a Shadow Strike, going to get slowed down, and with the Shield Crash coming in with Irving on his tail, he's going to end up dying. Pota, the question is, do you want to be contesting this? Knight is here as well, trying to take down that Dazzle, and the Rolling Thunder will mean the Pangolier just simply barrel rolls himself away. This Dazzle will end up falling. Knight is on a wicked 6 streak,
Under attack.
and he sees Mango as well. DB is trying to come to his aid, will have his Ravage in about 9 seconds. But without the necessary follow-up, I think that Protocol 20 just end up going back. Psychopath once again got out. At least he was able to bring out his blink dagger, but that's the consolation prize. That's a pity prize. Porter does come in though. He's looking for punishment. Perhaps his team can win the prize for him with a Ravage to come out. Cries Eclipse is just going to be a glimmer of moonlight before it ends up fading out. Knight with that sonic wave on towards Mango, but it's not enough damage. You have the Requiem as well as that Grave, and Mango can just simply turn this around on towards Future. They've lost 3 heroes. They might just end up losing all 3 of their cores. Knight really just needs to blink out. Will be exiting that team fight. Top side.
I thank you.
Mango on, I believe, has his Dragon Lance almost at the ready. We'll just need about 50 gold or so gold. We'll be bringing it out now. As Knight and Zoo are looking to pursue Mango. He hasn't exactly spotted them out, but oh, he went the other way though. Went towards the creep wave. Knight is waiting for his blink to come back online. He can't just choose to go in, has the blade mail, and he knows there's no Ravage, but he's just going to go for the creeps.
Rare are thanks from a queen.
Mango leading his team, being the frontliner for them. A very unconventional approach. Normally we don't see the Shadow Fiend do this, but the reason they're able to do so is because Lloyd is in position to land that Grave on his Shadow Fiend should things go wrong. But things have already started to go haywire for the side of Protocol 20. They've lost their axe. They're going to lose their Dazzle too. And Irving, trying to actually catch this Tidehunter out, will be able to make his way there. But Protocol 20 have found Docris, have found the Jakiro. And the Ravage is about to come online. And that means that Future Esports really should reconsider.
My eternal gratitude. Huzzah!
Protocol 20 this time around under Storm Spirit. In contrast to the previous game where you had a Storm on Future who, or rather in the first game on Future, who went for the Sanj and Kaya build into a Witch, into a BKB, into a Witchblade, right? So the Witchblade actually came out 2 major items afterwards. And this time around though, it's going to come at the very start of the game. A lot of magical damage. I mean, it's around 200 magical damage from the get-go. That's pretty significant. Inside of the Roche Pit, Protocol 20 go, and no response so far from the side of Future Esports. They aren't even in the position for it, so that means the Aegis will go the way of this Gary Shadow Fiend. A 19 and 18 skill scoreline. Irving in trouble. They end up getting Vortex down, and he will end up falling as well. No counterplay coming out from the side of Future Esports, and this is troubling. If they cannot match the tempo, if they cannot face up against the pressure that Team Protocol 20 are building up, then they are going to collapse in this last series. They have come so far, and they're not going to be sent back home. Of course, they're not going to be eliminated, but it's still, you want some more wins on your side. Some wins in these clashes may just end up being the way it all ends up, but Tidehunter going to eat a Macropyre, going to eat an Eclipse, a 4-man Ravage, but is it enough? The Rolling Thunder is going to chase after them all. Mango channeling his Requiem, but he can't do that. against that barrel roll, and the Tidehunter will end up falling. Mango now forced to stand his ground and try and deliver against Cry. Now the Luna taking so much damage. Pota will be able to find him. Mango now able to hold his ground. As long as Lloyd is there, the Shadow Fiend feels safe and comfortable. Can just stand his ground. Mango now with the Aegis safely in hand, with the Requiem available as well, they could potentially go for that tier 2 tower. The only problem is that it's pretty risky. Hmm. 22 and 20 right now. A full 1,000 of net worth advantage for the side of Protocol 20. It's actually nothing. Really, in the end, this game will come down to how these two carries play it out.
Add another to the tally.
My eternal gratitude.
Mango being caught out here, and he doesn't exactly have any support. It is on its way though, as the rest of Protocol 20 make haste to support their carry, but he's falling incredibly low, does not have a BKB, and the first life will pop. There is no Ravage here for about 20 seconds, but Cry inside of that snowball. The Tusk has bought him some amount of time, but the Eclipse went out as soon as it came in. And now Knight is also going to end up falling, and the rest of Future are just going to die out. Their flame is going to be fizzling out, as there's just simply nothing to be had here.
Glorious thanks.
Protocol 20 well in position to take this third game. A major power spike coming out for Lloyd as well of the Hex, or rather, it got changed. I wasn't aware of this.
Radiant are scanning.
Nothal projection can be cast while Dazzle is disabled, increases healing done while in the Rothel projection. Okay, that's pretty good. I thought the Hex for sure would have been broken in this kind of a scenario. Knight will TP in and just blink away. Interestingly,
Is under attack.
Mango will eat a Shadow Strike, but still again able to hold his own, but the damage is just too much. And this is just the start of it. This is just the Chrysalis. Once you have the Daedalus, how does anyone survive here? This is the problem. Squishy heroes on their sides. Knight may have done a great job at disabling the Storm Spirit early on, but Pota is fully online now. Sanj and Kaya built up for him. Mango has the damage. The Axe has the blink, and the Tidehunter can also purchase a blink if he really wants to. But it seems like they want to be going in. A two-man call this time around. The Snowball will be found out. The Ravage though onto everyone. Zoo will end up falling, so will Knight. Everyone that was present anyway. And Docris, he's trying to find the exit, but he's going to end up dying too. It's 3 heroes. It counts as everyone because Cry was busy farming away over on the other side. Meanwhile, Irving, he's had enough. He's been pushed around quite a bit on that Pangolier. And now on towards the high ground as they go. Protocol 20. Will they be able to take their first lane of racks? 23 minutes in is the earliest racks in this entire series so far. Will be able to find it uncontested. Dota looking for an initiation. There is no Ravage, so you might as well fight right now. Because they are going to come back for this Rax. They are going to come back for you. But of course, there are no creeps. The buyback protection will kick in eventually. So they decide to back away. Okay, they don't decide to back away. They decide to kill Irving.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're just poking at this tower. Perhaps trying to get the bear to respond. Haven't done that so far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now a 3-man smoke to come out. Psychopath, or rather Storm Spirit, zapping forward. They find the Jakiro. Will be able to take him down as well as that Tusk. Trying to teleport away, will be able to find it, but the Eels just came in time. And the Tusk will end up going down for this as he's on snowballing towards Mango. Not sure if that's the right target you want to snowball towards. But now that the creep waves have entered this mid lane, they are free. Protocol of 20 are free to enter towards that top side. Without Jakiro, can you mount up a response? You have your ultimates, but you also have your Ravage. And this might just be the final fight of this series as Irving goes in, but being blocked out by his own teammate, Shards. Won't be able to find anything. Doctors comes in with a macropire on towards Mango, who does not have a BKB. Pota, meanwhile, keeping the backlines busy. DB still yet to use his Ravage. Knight pushing the Shadow Fiend into the macropire. But both teams, a through-man call being found. A Ravage on towards 4. There's nothing that they have left anymore over on the side of Future. It seems their future is grim. It seems like their future is coming to an end here, as they are going to lose 4 of their heroes, and Knight is the only one who found that blink inside of his fountain. But he's just going to be kept busy by the axe, the infinite high fives to come out. Not really anything too significant. And it's on towards those tier 4s. No more glyph available. The GG has been called out by Docris. Protocol 20 take this first series of the day 2-1, and this is their second series win overall in the tournament. This is the team that has played the most amount of series so far. They've played 4 series, lost 2 of them, but they also won 2 of them, and they are in a good place to head into those playoffs. Meanwhile, for Future, they show signs of a genius coming out, glimpses of a team that can perform very well. Here's hoping that they can find that footing. Here's hoping they can find the confidence to display that performance consistently. That is what I am hoping to see from them. Of course, guys, that was just the first series of today. Remember, I told you that we have 2 more series lined up for you guys. So why don't we head for a short break, and then we will be back in about, I believe, in about 20 or so minutes for the next series. This is your host, Doltrus. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And we will be back for the second series. I believe Yangon Galacticos are going to be playing that one. It's certainly a team that inspires a lot of emotion, not only from their fans, but also from the crowd. Certainly have a lot of active chat followers. But again, before we come on to Yangon Galacticos and their series, we will be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere, and I will see you soon. to the Cringe Station Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2. We are in our second best of 3 between Yangon Galacticos versus C911. As both of these teams have picked up those S-tier offlaners, the Axe and the Dawnbreaker, and C911 have picked up that Tusk in anticipation of not being countered out by it, as the Snowball can really save heroes against the Berserker's Call. And this time around, in fact, there is a niche little mechanism by which the Tusk can actually save heroes with against the incoming Solar Guardian as well. Won't work as well because it is a delayed spell, but still, it is something that perhaps C911 can use to gain a micro advantage out of. Now, these teams have played against each other before. Just in this month alone, in the APL World Series Southeast Asian Division, they went at it in the playoffs, and Yangon Galacticos actually won that series in the lower brackets. They beat out C911 2-1, and I think they were pretty swift games. I think most of those games, the 2 games were less than 40 minutes, and 1 game just went past the 40-minute mark. So let's see how these teams are going to be performing.
10 seconds remaining.
Yangon Galacticos going for the Shadow Fiend and the Marcy. Shadow Fiend, like, this is something of a favorite pick coming out here in Southeast Asian Dota. We don't usually see it all that often, particularly if you take a look towards EWC. But I think the fact that you have such a high glass cannon kind of hero where you can dish out massive amounts of damage and there's a very short time of window where you can respond, right? I think that catches teams off guard. Yangon Galacticos, however, going in for the Marcy. Now, this is another hero that can save against that Berserker's Call. Remember, you can bring a hero back. So someone who is stuck inside of that call can be disposed, and you can essentially try to reposition them around that timer, right? Won't work as well with a ranged hero, because when you dispose a ranged hero, they're still going to have the attack range to attack that Axe while they're being taunted by that Berserker's Call. But, you know, so it's not all that great, not as good as the Tusk, but still, it is something is better than nothing at the end of the day. C911 go for the Mirana and the Kunkka. No setup for the Mirana really other than the Axe Berserker's Call, and unless the Mirana wants to wait for the Kunkka to get off his full combination before unleashing the arrow, which is usually not going to be the case, right? You usually have a setup for the Kunkka and not the other way around, but let's see how they actually choose to make it work, right? It's at the end of the day, it's a very aggressive lineup. The Mirana, Tusk, Axe, all aggressive heroes. Even the Kunkka is not exactly a very static hero in the laning phase. He loves to dish out that damage and loves to rotate early on as well. Because the Ghost Ship is just a very nice setup, right? All you really need is an X mark and you can bring your heroes in. It is an AoE stun as well at the end of the day. But we will see where this Kunkka positions, ideally towards the mid side. That's where I see the Kunkka going. For Yangon Galacticos, of course, the big question is going to be where this Shadow Fiend is going to end up going. I don't think you send the Shadow Fiend down towards the mid, because with such low HP, you can't really contend against the Tidebringer that comes out. But as I say that, Yangon Galacticos, they are going to be sending the Shadow Fiend down towards the mid position. And against such aggressive heroes, the Tusk and the Mirana, I mean, YG have to be super careful. One simple rotation and the Shadow Fiend can end up dying. I mean, all it will really take is an arrow. If the Mirana's coming in, if the Tusk is coming in, it'll just take a shard and snowball combination, and that Shadow Fiend is dead. Sure, you can bring in the Marcy to try and save the Shadow Fiend, but I wonder how well that will work out within the narrow window you have. Because, I mean, what, Shadow Fiend has like 700 HP, 800 HP at the level 4, level 5 mark. Not a whole lot. C911 banning out. Oh, they actually banned out the Shadow Demon. That actually paved the way for Yangon Galacticos to be picking up that Lifestealer. Although I'm not too sure about the Lifestealer, right? Because you have the Axe, and Axe is an extremely strong counter to the Lifestealer. Even inside of the rage, you can get hit by the Berserker's Call, and you're still going to take the damage from the counter Helix because it's physical damage and not magical. So, or rather, it's actually pure damage if I recall. So the Lifestealer is still going to get hit by that, right? It's not exactly going to be doing, his rage isn't going to be doing him any favors. So Yangon Galacticos, they have to be able to deal with this axe. They have to play around this axe. Make sure that the axe can't get off a free call on your lifestealer. And sure, you have some leeway. Even if that happens, you have a contingency. And that's your Dawnbreaker that can come in with that Solar Guardian, right? Providing that heal to that lifestealer. But C911, I'm expecting that they pick up a strong glass cannon type of carry of their own. Perhaps not a glass cannon, actually. They have the Templar Assassin completely open for them. And even apart from the Templar, you still have the Morphling that's open. And there is very limited lockdown if you actually take a look. Yeah, Morphling is just going to get banned out because there was no lockdown available for YG. They only have the Marcy, which doesn't even have a stun. He just has a tug. You know, and at the end of the day, that's not going to be enough of a disable to hold these heroes in place. So I'm wondering what kind of a hero they're going to go for. They need a stunner. They need someone that can stun the enemy team. Perhaps a Dark Willow, but it's going to be a Bane. They go for the Bane in anticipation of a hyper strong carry, of a late game carry. So let's see. I mean, the Fiend's Grip coupled up with the Lifestealer coming in, sure, that's great and all, but
10 seconds remaining.
C911 have plenty of ways to actually deal with that Fiend's Grip. The Snowball that can actually cancel it out entirely, the Axe that can come in, not to mention the Torrent and the Ghost Ship have such high cost range that Kunkka can just send a Torrent down there. On towards the position of that Fiend's Grip, on towards the position of the Bane rather, and the Mirana can send in the Arrow. The Arrow is, I think, the longest range stun available in the game, right? So, I mean, good luck getting that Fiend's Grip off. I would really like to see how successful they are with it. But of course, I think the Nightmare is also going to be a crucial aspect for Yangon Galacticos. But now it's C911's turn to draft, and they have quite a well-built lineup. They have the stuns, they have the control, they have the late game potential in the form of the Kunkka and the Axe, and they also have the front line. So all they really need is some high physical DPS carry to close it out. And will it be the Templar? It won't. It will be the Lina. And this is... Is this a safe lane, Kunkka? I will actually just take a look. It is supposed to be Jengi playing on that carry position. I'm not too sure who Jengi is in this game. Boomboy Tiger 9 and Z, there we go. So yeah, I still don't know. It's either going to be B-Bye or Sad on that mid lane. But let's see. Young PH on that Shadow Fiend, Zoran on that off lane. Pretty much expected lanes coming out from Yangon Galacticos. And speaking a bit about these lanes, I know we talked a lot about the Shadow Fiend versus the mid lane over on the mid side, where Shadow Fiend is going to struggle, particularly against some rotations coming out. But what we haven't talked about is the off lane. I mean, KSH against the Axe, right? Not only is the Axe a strong counter after the laning phase, the Axe is really strong in the lane itself, right? And this Bane has his work cut out for him if he is going with that Lifestealer, as this Tusk plus the Axe, such an aggressive combination, and that will mean that this Lifestealer can potentially end up dying, and that's a situation where Lifestealer doesn't like to be in. Remember, Lifestealer is one of those heroes that can hold his own in the lane because you have those open wounds, you have that lifesteal coming in. So against high HP strength based heroes, he can actually trade very well for himself, and he can actually keep his HP high up. But that won't be happening against the Axe, against the counter Helix coming in. So let's see how this Lifestealer is going to be playing. Again, YG, they love to go for this inside of the base Smoke of Deceit, which I always find it a bit interesting when a team does this, because your smoke runs about half of its duration by the time you reach the river, right? So you're never really going to be in a position where you're going to be able to take a fight. Not even going to be in a position where you can place down these aggressive observers. Like, look at this. They're inside of the jungle and their smoke is about to dissipate within a few seconds. And it's gone now. And now this is the smoke that you need to be going for. C911 smoked up. They don't know where YG exactly are. They know some heroes are present on that high ground.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, I like this. The good luck, have funs. I miss the days when this would be standard, you know, sportsmanship coming into Esports, it is not only required, you know, it's when you look at those tier 1 tournaments, you have those handshakes coming in at the end of the match and even before the match starts, but you also need to have the good luck, have funs, you know, like similar to the pub games. I think that's been a bit faded out, especially in the pubs. You rarely have the good luck, have fun coming out. It's only the GG that these teams look forward to, but they don't. They look forward to seeing it from the other side. Bumbui finds the shard on towards Lun. Bane should be able to make his way out as the 9NZ did not pick up that arrow, so Lun will be able to just walk that one away. And it's going to be Bibai on that mid lane as the Lina against the Shadow Fiend has gone for the thermal runway, so he won't have that overtime burn damage against the Shadow Fiend, but once he gets that Laguna Blade online, that's when he is going to be at his strongest. Talking a bit about these side lanes, we actually went over the side lane. Let's actually take a look towards that top side. It is going to be Kunkka plus the Mirana. So you do have a setup, right? The X mark followed up with a torrent into an arrow. But again, you have Skill Lay. So even if you get hit by the torrent, Skill Lay can just use a dispose and reposition his ally. He repositions Zoran and makes sure that the arrow doesn't land. Now that means that Zoran isn't going to be the target of their initiation. It's going to be the Marcy that Sad and 9 want to be going for. And Sad's nickname is actually Jengi, so I'm going to call him Jengi from now on. I hope I remember that. Young PH. Able to actually take away lost hits against the Lina. Very surprising. Nicely done by him. Lina has much more attack damage. I mean, 63 attack damage in comparison to the Shadow Fiend's. Trying to do some maths here. 68. Okay, so Shadow Fiend actually has more because he did end up getting quite a lot of lost hits. So he got the Necromastery. Necromastery, there we go. Towards that boss side is going to be the first blood being taken out. Of course, the trade is going to be found from KSH. 1-1 is going to be the way they go about it.
Denied.
Let's see. So far, a very early start coming out for Yangon Galacticos. I mean, as long as they can keep the Lifestealer alive, it doesn't matter if the Bane really dies, because the Lifestealer is going to be the target from this axe and from this Dusk. And as long as KSH farms, I wonder what skill build, what item build he's going to be going for, because it's not an ideal Radiance game here. If he goes for that early armlet, he can go into an armlet into a Radiance. That's fine, but a Radiance, a direct Radiance push would be impressive. Wow, that was we don't normally see this. I was really surprised by this, and I'm sorry I missed it. The Lina actually was able to get behind the tower and take down that Shadow, rather the Shadow Fiend was able to get behind the tower and take down the Lina. That is insane, because the Lina has high cast range with her spells, and that means that he should be able to dish out those spells at a safe distance, and Shadow Fiend should never get anywhere near being able to dish out a triple raise. But troublesome. Once again, axe being brought inside of the tower pretty deep, but the snowball save is going to come in and is going to make sure the axe gets out without taking any kind of damage. KSH trying to stack up against the axe here. And while we were talking a bit about this, the Lifestealer was thinking about, or rather we were thinking about what item he's going to be going for. Oh, that's a nice one. Lun actually can use the Nightmare to bring the Lifestealer or anyone stuck inside of the shards out of the shards. Right? Impressive use of that skill there. And key recognition being found by Lun. Now, coming back to the point, I really want to finish this point because it's very important. It shapes how Yangon Galacticos will be going forward, right? the Radiance, because it requires you to make, or rather buy such a high, like it costs the item, right? 3,400 gold for that sacred relic means you're going to be literally walking around with an empty inventory outside of having a phase boots in your slots, right? And that will give that window for this axe to dish out that damage, for that axe to actually push against the Lifestealer and be aggressive. And if the Lifestealer gets shut down within those 15 to 16 minutes of the game, within the next 10 minutes of the game, before that Radiance comes online, then C911 are going to have a decent enough chance here. Lone coming in from that backline, so is Killay. They find the Nightmare on towards the Lina. There's one raise, there's the two, and there is the three, but the third was dodged out. Boomboy was able to come in with that snowball, and so does the Mirana. Perfect shards coming in, making sure their Lina stays alive. Of course, it's going to be a trade, but it's going to be a trade both ways. The Bane falls and the Tusk falls, and C911 are going to be very happy about that. Able to get away with their Lina.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
KSH being taunted by Tiger, but there's no follow-up, so this axe won't be able to do much apart from soak up a bit of damage. He has a full Vanguard at the ready, and he needs to be taking down those neutral items. Perhaps if he can get the Chip West, it's going to come in handy. That damage return is one of the strongest items for an axe here, and I believe it's also partly the reason why axe has made a resurgence, right? Not exactly the whole reason, but partly the reason. We are also going to see a Wisdom Rune play. Luna has preemptively placed himself towards this Shrine of Wisdom. Boomboy is going to come in. He won't see the Bane though. And the Bane holding on to the Nightmare. The Observer Ward is placed down, and that means that Boomboy will spot Luna out. Will use the Nightmare. The Shrine of Wisdom will not be stolen. It's on the red. And that means with the axe coming in, Lun is sure to fall, but the Solar Guardian to come out. The snowball to actually save them, but that means the Shrine of Wisdom does in fact go the other way, as C911, they are collapsing on the shrine here. They have already lost one hero, and they need to be exiting this location. Dawnbreaker won't be allowed to leave. The Berserker's Call will hold him in place, and that's actually going to force C911 back here. But I don't think Yangon can actually fight. They only have two heroes. And YG were able to secure both Shrines of Wisdom. Zorain was able to take his own shrine and then also come in with that Solar Guardian, and that requires a bit of preemptive thought and planning. That means that they were prepared for C911 to actually, or they were preparing for their own team. They were preparing for the Bane to have him move in towards the opposite shrine, while the Dawn secured his own shrine, and then the Bane was in a position where the Dawnbreaker could come in with his own shrine, with his own little play there. So very nice rotation. 3-man smoke coming out. Of course, Young PH is going for that Magic Shadow Fiend build, as is conventional for the mid lane. Bibai in trouble, is going to get brought back, and a triple raise being found, or rather a double raise being found. There was a brain sap that took away a lot of his HP too. C911's mid laner is being shut down, and YG, they are looking strong here. They know that their Stratofiend was weak in the laning phase, so then they actually decided to turn up the pressure and turn up the heat against C911's mid. So they were able to suffocate C911 on this mid lane, making sure that there is a constant presence of heroes here. Mirana is also coming in, has the Sacred Arrow, but there's no target nearby. The Bane securing the Watchers there. Again, KSH, he's waiting for it. He's waiting for Tiger to go a bit back. Lune, of course, doesn't exactly have his Fiend's Grip, so I'm not too sure how they're going to be able to find this kill. On towards Tigger. Is it Tigger or is it Tiger? Can you guys actually let me know in the comment section? I don't know, because it's like, remember Tigger from Winnie the Pooh? versus Tiger. But it's a Requiem on Tigger, and he is going to end up dying over here. Stuck between 3 heroes, he has overstayed his welcome, and there is nowhere for him to go. A Berserker's Call to buy him some amount of time, but he will end up eating another raise. Zoran, in the meanwhile, isn't going to end up falling towards that top side from a triple man rotation from C911. So it's an offlaner for an offlaner, and I think both teams are going to be pretty satisfied with that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Young PH on that mid lane. The Axe is going to TP down towards that bot side. And again, there is a massive concentration of heroes towards this mid position. The Dawnbreaker's ultimate is going to come out, but it's going to be cancelled by that snowball. It won't matter though. The Lina will end up falling anyway, and YG are able to hold their ground. Young PH will survive through all of it. And the ghost ship wasn't ready. Zone now with his Fiend's Grip. The Lifestealer is also coming in with that Ancient Creep, the Satyr Creep, or rather the Prowler Creep. And the Mirana is also going to be in trouble. Why C911 getting caught out 1 by 1? That is very lackluster. And yeah, YG are going to throw the tips out for good reason. Those are some very big brain plays in, of course, sarcastic manner. Axe farming up for his Blink Dagger. Or will he make his Blade Mail first? I mean, he picked up his Chain Mail but then queued up his Blink. I think he picked up a Chain Mail just for the armor. It gives very nice armor. 4 armor from an item that costs less than 1,000. And now 3 heroes towards the bot side. They want this Lifestealer, but they need to get off a Berserker's Call. There they go. The Lifestealer taunted down. The Snowstorm to come down on him as well. But a Culling to finish him off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The teleports to get cancelled out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
P-Buy. Yeah, you want to be going in on him. The Marcy finds the dispose, and Lun is there as well with the Brain Sap. It deals a deceptively high amount of damage. It's pure damage. That's why it does so much. I mean, 160 right now, sure, but it doubles to about 300 pure damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Which even goes through BKB, by the way. Oh. Zoran did end up falling as well. Again, finding the offlaners this consistently, C911 are able to hold their own. They're able to make sure that, while YG have the better team fight, or at least have gotten the better team fights despite having, I would say, the weaker team fight, C911 are still able to get pickoffs.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And that's going to keep them in the game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tiger. Skill Day and the rest of his team approaching from behind. It's a wraparound. The Watcher is with the dire side. C911 will actually see the Marcy, and an instant Moonlight Shadow is going to come out. Luna does not have any detection, but Marcy does have a sentry. Did not plant it down though. And that means that Axe will just simply walk that one away. Hmm. Eleven and 8. Skill has the Fury, and I think this is the time where YG go for some kind of objectives, right? Because you have the Fury, and that's so good at pushing towers. The pulses just deal so much damage to the towers as well that you can run over them. I mean, they've been doing a great job at making sure the axe stays out of this part of the jungle, but you can do that even better by taking down the tier 1 tower that exists, that stands down there. Dawnbreaker almost having made his blade mail, but now it's another initiation. It's Skill-Lay trying to grab that Mirana, but the cat is just too slippery. Tiger now has the blade mail up, so he didn't go for the blink dagger. So C911 recognized the fact that this game is likely to go on a bit longer, and that means that you can go for the blade mail or the blade mail first, and then you can go for the blink dagger. C911 are not in any danger of losing out on space anytime soon. I say that though, but Sad is actually going to get caught out by this Kunkka. They find the Nightmare, and with Skill-Lay approaching, the rest of their team is also right behind them. The full duration Fiends Grip going to be unleashed. Young PH coming in with the triple raises will find the mark there, and the Life Stealer will be able to finish the Kunkka of Zaren. Actually finds that kill, and no kind of response coming out from C911. They are happy just farming away here. I think their timing is going to come when that axe gets his blink. That is when they are going to fight, and at the end they can go for a trade here. Of course, Young PH is going to teleport in. Boom Booey. Young PH. Oh man, that was a close call. That was got a bit dicey there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Lina going for that physical DPS build. Does have the supercharged facet, so it only makes sense, but needs some more items before he comes online, right? There it is. There is the smoke, and in anticipation, they go for a fight.
Hidden even from the brightest light.
Yet to find anyone with the smoke. It's actually Tiger who's leading the fray there. The smoke is going to run out, but they also do have or had the Moonlight Shadow. Skill-Lay is going to be spotted out, but that's not the ideal kill to be found. They actually want the Shadow Fiend. Of course, they will make do with this Marcy, who's still yet to fall though. He's still alive. C911 weren't able to catch him out, and the full duration Fiend's Grip once again. Great positioning by that Bane, keeping the Kunkka in place. But now is the troublesome part, as a two-man call coming in from Tiger will mean the death of the Shadow Fiend, the death of Lun. 2 players cull down. And the C911 the squad, they also have lost 2. So this fight is nearly even, but you do have B-Bye standing, yet still another 2-man berserker call. Tiger with the triple kill, but Zoran finds a triple of his own. C911 though, overall, they are the ones who have lost out a bit bigger in that team fight, because they also lost their Lina. They lost their cores. And the Mirana, the support, was the only one who got out of that fight alive. Meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos, they were able to keep their Life Stealer alive, able to keep their Dawnbreaker alive. And despite of the fact that C911 were the ones who initiated upon that Marcy Young PH, it just seemed like they were too indecisive about actually closing that kill out, giving the space for YG to actually back away and come back into the fight. But even then, you still had that Axe who landed that 2-man Berserker's call. He did it not once, but he did it twice. And I think it's just because Lina, at this stage of the game, 19 minutes in, doesn't have enough damage. I mean, you look at her items, she does have a Maelstrom as well as a Dragon Lance, and that means that there's still a bit of time before Lina comes fully online. Perhaps when you have that Mjolnir, or perhaps when you complete your Hurricane Pike and you're able to assemble that for yourself. Meanwhile, YG at the back of that team fight were are going to be able to pick up themselves up that Aegis, and KSH is going to be a bit of a monstrosity for the next 5 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mirana.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Where's that mid side? But I mean, it's C911's tier 2 tower towards that top side and taking a beating. Will end up falling as well without any kind of response. I think C911 want to be playing towards the Radiant jungle because that is where most of their observer ward vision is placed down.
Radiant's middle tower
Zoran
has fallen.
now in possession of an
Dire's top
Aghanim
tower is
scepter.
under attack.
As that's a big item to be able to get. Will provide the necessary heal to keep their life stealer alive, and for YG,
Radiant are scanning.
YG are able to take down the Tormentor as well, being able to find these objectives uncontested, and it really have to think, what is C911 up to? What are they thinking? Now, I know that their Lina needs to farm, but you do have a Kunkka with the Radiance, you have aggressive supports in the form of a Mirana and a Tusk, and Mirana so far is playing on his own side of the map, not really sure what the strategy here will be. As it's YG who are making the move time and time again. This time around as well, they're going to be the ones making a move. KSH unfettered from that ghost ship. He doesn't care. He is able to contend against everyone else as well. With the Shadow Fiend there as well. I mean, they are completely outnumbered. And Sad is going to end up falling. And this happened inside of the vision that C911 possessed. That is the troublesome bit. The rest of their team, they're just farming away. This is... man, this is dangerous. They really need to be giving some pushback.
Dire's
Really need to be
bottom tower is
threatening
under attack.
some of YG's heroes. I suppose it's because of this Aegis, right? They just want to wait out the 5 minutes of this Aegis, but the
Dire's
problem
bottom
is,
tower has fallen.
with such an early Aegis, if you choose to not contest it, right, not contest the person who's holding the Aegis at all, the lead just snowballs, right? Because YG just farm a lot faster. They have more space. They've taken down more towers. C911, their farming strategy is not really going to work out for them. And so far, despite the amazing calls coming in from the Sax, they haven't really found much. They might be able to find Zoran though. They're going in. Tiger will see him. A Berserker's Call to start things off with a Torrent, an Arrow, a Ghost Ship, everything on this Dawnbreaker. The Requiem of Souls will come out in response, but simply not going to be doing much. The rest of C911 have already backed away. Tiger though needs to be careful. He's trying to teleport towards the other side, but it's going to get swatted out by Lun, who tried to go in for the Nightmare, but Skill Lane might actually find this axe anyway. He's trying to make his way there. Going to get hit by the arrow, but KSH coming in. Young PH does not have that eel, so he can't cancel that teleport, and I think Lun was just a bit too far away. Oh, there's the voice line that I've been missing from Yangon Galacticos. as far as the net worth is concerned, 7,000 in favor of Yangon Galacticos. The Shadow Fiend is on top, sitting at about 14, or rather 15, close to 15,000. And he's being trailed by the Lifestealer at about 14,000. I mean, C911, the long story short is, the TLDR is that three cores from Yangon Galacticos are more farmed than the 3 cores over on C911. And in the respective order, the mid lane carry, off lane. Boombui has the Blink Dagger, but again, C911, the passive game does not work out for them all that well, or at least as well as it does for Yangon Galacticos, who are more than happy with this. KSH, quite farmed up, is going to go for his armlet. Boombui to start things off with a Walrus Punch, but Skill is right behind that Lifestealer. He's ready to back him up like a Navy SEAL, covering his 6. YG. And amplified damage available for them over on that top lane. They are going to spot it out, and young PH will be able to pick it up. That gives magical amplification as well. So this Requiem, these raises will be doing quite a bit. C911 going to go in, starting it off with a call, but instantly the Marcy going to come in with the save. Boombui forces snowball in. The Solar Guardian is going to come out as well. C911 have already lost their Tusk and lost their Axe, but they have managed to take down that Shadow Fiend. But now there's nothing left. The Lifestealer is just simply too strong. C911, this Lina lost pick is really not working out for them. I mean, despite of the fact that you do now have a Hurricane Pike as well as a BKB.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
20 and 13 now, 10,000 net worth advantage, and I mean, sure, great job dealing with the Shadow Fiend, but you need a response against the Lifestealer. That is the highest threat that you face in this game. Delina, meanwhile, farming away for his MKB. Okay, so he'll have something against the Radiance Mischance and the Radiance Burn. But I wonder where the rest of the damage is going to come from, right? Because the MKB is not going to be enough damage. You need some critical strikes. You need some attack speed. Complete your Mjolnir, perhaps. I think that will be the way to go about it. I think this Lina, Bibai, will be making both the Mjolnir as well as the MKB. So once you have that, then you're going to have enough damage to deal with the Lifestealer. But they need to do something quickly because it's 11,000 of net worth. Roshan is going to spawn soon, and YG will be heading in that Rosh Pit, picking that Aegis up if C911 don't contest it, and then going to that high ground. Meanwhile, the Axe has a BKB of his own, and he's making his way towards that Shiva's Guard. That Shiva's Guard is supposed to be really good, right? Because it reduces the amount of regeneration the enemy faces, and it's a direct counter, or somewhat of a direct counter, to the Solar Guardian as well as the Lifestealer's heal, right? So the Eye of Skadi plus the Shiva's Guard, I think those two items are needed in the game. Of course, no one else can make the Eye of Skadi apart from the Lina. And it appears that B-Boy, we talked about this, his priorities are something different. He needs to be stacking in on that damage as well. Roshan finally spawned up, and as predicted, YG are making their way, have made their way inside of it. C911, the decision to contest it, apparently, they don't want to. So they're going to be playing up against an Aegis and a Banner. And I wonder if this will be working out as the signals are coming out. They are going to be making their way towards that high ground, and I mean, C911, they have played this passive for so long. And now they must answer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Of course, their high ground defense is pretty good, right? You have the Berserker's Call, the Ghost Ship, the Dusk Shards as well to block out those creeps and perhaps even cage a few heroes in. And not to mention, very high attack range on this Lina, right? Because he has a Dragon Lance as well. So he can hit from pretty far off. Tiger to use that Berserker's Call, but instantly Skill Lake coming in with the Dispose. We talked about this in the draft. It's not as good as a Snowball, but it's still pretty decent. Roshan Banner plays down, and I mean YG are showing no signs of backing down. Now the call to go out once again, but Skill Lay is there. It seems like YG, they want the objectives. They don't really care about anything else. And they're just going to disengage from now. The Moonlight Shadow has been brought out, and I think C911, they want to wrap around. No, they wanted the creep wave. It's okay. I do use the guise of invisibility to take out a creep wave every now and then. Sad though. Rather Jengi. He's gonna get caught out. A full duration Fiend's Grip is underway, and this Kunkka is sure to die. The support from C911, it was cut out, and they're just forced to tug back into their high ground. The buyback is not there for the Kunkka, so they might have just given up an entire lane of racks for this, perhaps even 2 lanes of racks. And if they force the issue, sure, they have the rest of the buybacks, but I mean, it'll be very high risk if they choose to contest the racks right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Another smoke coming out,
Top barracks are under attack.
and they're heading away from their base.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
They're still heading away from their base. And the Dawnbreaker just TP'd away, and their base is... their racks is gone. Okay, that's not exactly the contest that I was expecting, but now the TPs are coming. Now they realize their base is being hit, and now they're here. Kunkka is going to respawn in about 10 seconds, so they can choose to fight. They are preparing for it, but man, Lina just straight up tickles because of the fact he doesn't really have many damage items. And I think his MKB, B-Buy's MKB should be coming about right now. He does have it, so that is the power spike that Lina was looking for. Can fight against the mischance of the Radiance and is in good position to do so. But YG, they have amassed around 17,000 net worth for themselves. A full Skull Basher available on the Lifestealer as well. And I mean, so far, YG, whenever they've gone high ground, they have chosen to play defensive, right? Just with KSH hitting the racks and then the Marcy skill lay being there to bring him out. But when they make a move, look at the items from this Lifestealer. A Basher, a BKB as well. So when they make a move, then C911 are not going to have a choice in whether or not they want to defend or contest. They are going to be forced to fight. And Young PH will be able to get off a full Requiem as well. Maybe even 2 Requiems alongside that Aghanim Scepter. I'm not too sure about C911's chances here. They go in now with KSH. Boomboy has the Aghanims. He's gonna kick the Lifestealer into the tier 4s, and the response has to come in from YG. Their Lifestealer is too far back. Can they come in to defend? Of course, KSH has the BKB. Will try and go on towards Alina. It's another Fiend's Grip, and a Solar Guardian to come raining down on C911. This fight being divided. They have made their way on towards the Shadow Fiend, who did get off the BKB, and there's the Requiem. There is a reckoning for C911 as they end up falling, defeated on their own high ground. The only one left alive on Axe, and I love the fact that YG only ever throw out 2 voice lines. It's the Big Brain voice line, and it's the other one, the Monkey Business voice line. And C911, it seems that the GG is going to be their favorite voice line for this game, and perhaps for the series. if they don't end up figuring out how to actually contest when they're at their strongest. But of course, guys, that was just game number 1. I think C911 had a pretty good draft apart from that last pick, Lina. I don't think that was the way to go about it. I think you should have sent the Kunkka down towards the mid and pick yourself up a carry that can actually contest against the Lifestealer. You had an open Terrorblade in the pool, but you didn't go for it. But here's hoping you can fix those minor issues for the next game. It is a best of 3 series, right? We saw it in the previous series, in series number 1 for today, where Protocol 20 were going at it, and it seemed like they would have been able to stomp the other side, but then the other side actually came out on top in the second game. Actually, the name is actually zoned out of my mind completely. But of course, let's take a short break, come back into the series. Perhaps C911 can take it to a third game. Let's actually find out together. And welcome back to Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2, presented by Cringe Station. This is your host, Tultrus, and I am presenting to you Yangon Galacticos versus C911 in a best of 3. Of course, it seemed very one-sided with the way that C911, or rather, actually, let me correct myself, C911 didn't play bad. Yangon Galacticos played phenomenal, right? Just the fact that how this team comes together when they're playing really good makes me think this is a very strong contender for those playoffs. I will also update you all on the group standings, right? I would like to take a look at those, but while I open those up, let's talk a bit about this draft. A Naga Siren being picked up for the side of C911, one of the strongest supports in the game. And even in EWC and even back in Dream League, we saw a bit of Naga Siren carry coming out, right? Which, to be fair, isn't as prominent as in the good old days. But
Team pick.
still, it can work out, but I think that the Naga Siren support is just overall a whole lot stronger than the Naga Siren carry. And against a Monkey King, you have the opportunity to actually pop that Song of the Siren and just reposition yourself. You use that Song of the Siren and then you can just escape from the Wukong's command, the Wukong command, and just reposition for that team fight. Come back in with the Doom that you just picked up, and I'm surprised that Yangon Galacticos, they actually let that Doom escape from that ban pool. They decided to ban that Ancient Apparition over that Doom, which is okay. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. Yangon Galacticos is going to pick up that Disruptor as well as that Magnus, but this actually leaves C911 free to pick up something like the Storm Spirit if they actually no, sorry, they have a Disruptor, so Yangon Galacticos can pick up the Storm Spirit if they actually really want to. Meanwhile, Disruptor really strong against most Spirit heroes and even against the Puck, right? For C911, ideally they go for something like the Pangolier, who is amazing against the Disruptors. The Rolling Thunder, as well as being a natural Diffusal Blade builder, means that the Pangolier can actually just end up taking down a Disruptor before he's able to do anything, easily able to exit the Wukong's command as well. But of course, let's see, it's going to be the Rubik for C911, so we're going to see some reverse polarity. Is a double reverse polarity just a polarity? I'm confused. What do you call it when Rubik uses the reverse polarity? But C911 going to go for that Tiny. That is going to be their mid pick. So it was either going to be the Tiny or the Pangolier. And similar functionality, right? Tiny, blink in, stun, toss on towards that Disruptor, take that Disruptor down, and the rest of the team from C911 can come in. Not to mention the Naga Siren can set up for that Tiny to come in, right? Even set up for that Rubik if he gets a good spell off. Yangon Galacticos being able to pick up that Puck, and they have a pretty good team fight combination. The Dream Call, Reverse Polarity, the Static Storm, the Wukong's Command, all 4 ultimate heroes, ultimate dependent heroes. And so it's going to be interesting to see how C911 plays around those ultimates, right? Because you have the Doom as well, who also has a very high cooldown. So in a situation where YG use all their ultimates, C911 use all their ultimates, the downtime for the teams are going to occur in a coincidental way where neither of those teams can actually fight, unless it depends on what carry they go for. For both of these sides, the Morphling is available in the pool. The Templar Assassin is also available in the pool. C911, they can grab that one if they actually want it. But of course, the first are going to be the bans, right? And we might come to a situation where all of the carries that I just mentioned are banned out. You can ban the Morphling, you can ban the Templar Assassin. The Gyrocopter is already banned out. Lifestealer, like we saw from the previous game, C911 don't want to play against the Lifestealer. They will ban it out as well. The Nature's Prophet also banned. So not a lot of carry heroes in the pool, but of course you still have some. And I think C911, if they play with they actually banned out a Shaman. So they might actually go for a Glass Cannon over here. I think that is the way that they're going to go about it, right? Because Shaman is very good against Glass Cannon kind of heroes. The instant cast time Hex coming out means that it's very difficult to play against a shaman who can do that. And since you have the front line, you have the sustain, you might as well go for a glass cannon type of build. Perhaps even just pick up yourself up a morphling. I know you have the disruptor against you, but C911 should be able, the rest of your team should be able to keep you alive against the disruptor. A Dazzle being banned from C911. Are they going for a Meepo? Surely they're not going to go for a Meepo against 4 AoE ultimates, right? That's just absurd. That's I'm being a bit cray thinking about that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yangon Galacticos thinking about their last ban. I would ban out the Morphling if I were them, but they're taking their sweet time with it, and they in fact do go for the Templar Assassin ban. So let's see what they're going to be going for. I think it is the support hero that they are looking to pick. I think they're going to position this Magnus as either the carry or the offlane. Let's see. Don't exactly know what that one is going to be.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yangon Galacticos on their reserve time now, but they have so much of their reserve time left. It's an entire 60 seconds, 65 seconds of reserve time. But what exactly are I think they need a saving hero. I think they can just go for the Marcy once again, or even the Oracle. Oracle actually counters out the Doom quite well because it buys you 8 seconds of... I think it buys you 8 seconds of time within the Doom where you can't be killed. But let's see, it is going to be that Bristleback. And now is the big question, is this going to be a support Bristleback or is this going to be a support Magnus? Let's see what they go for. But of course, it is going to be C911 to go for a pick first. And they have options, you know, Morphling. Or if you want to feel safe, you can just pick yourself up a Dragon Knight. Once you make a BKB, most of Yangon Galacticos can't really do much against you. Outside of Monkey King being extremely farmed up, but that's going to take a while, right? So the Dragon Knight is available in the pool, does very well against the Bristleback as well. C911. C911 going to go for a Venomancer.
Select your heroes.
Okay, so this is going to be a Doom on that carry position. Makes sense. And it's going to be Tiger on that Venomancer. B-Buy on that Tiny. So, Boom Booey on the Rubik. Interesting. So, are they actually playing this? Are they actually... Okay, this is a mid-Tiny. And they're actually playing an off-lane Venomancer. Oh man, I know it's a good hero. I will preface things by saying it's a good hero. It's just such a toxic hero, man. Like I wonder what makes a person want to play heroes like the Venomancer, you know. Of course, I'm just kidding. At the end of it, it is going to be you know, it's a $15,000 tournament, so you're going to pull any trick out of your hat in order to win this one. Any card up your sleeve, as we see Boombui shaking around. But talking a bit about these win conditions here, Yangon Galacticos with 4 ultimate dependent heroes, they really do need to make them work, because outside of their ultimates, C911 can actually come in with a counter initiation from the Naga Siren, and then you have the Doom that's going to be planted down. If this Doom gets, if Jengi gets a Doom off on the Puck, the Puck's going to die, right? And then you also have the Rubik, who can steal a lot of these spells. The Disruptor ultimate, and even the Glimpse, the Magnus Skewer, Shockwave, the RP, the Puck Dreamy Coil, Rift, Illuminate, like so many, not Illusory Orb, but so many spells that you can steal up for the Rubik. He's gonna, like, this is his playground, right? So let's see how C911 actually contend with Yangon Galacticos in game number 2. of the group stages in Lunar Snake Trophy Season number 2, presented by
Prepare for
Cringe
battle.
Station. Young PH to move forward. And okay, lane's pretty straightforward, right? Puck versus the Tiny, and the Tiny does very well against the Puck, right? You can't exactly dodge out the avalanche toss combination. You're going to get hit by the avalanche and then you're going to get tossed up. But if you're able to use the phase shift before you get hit by the avalanche, though, that is going to be a wholly different story. And at the very least, you can dodge the incoming tree toss and the toss back towards you. So at least you do have those mechanisms at play. B-Boy doesn't have the avalanche, so he can't actually stop Skill Lay from just walking out of that position. He gave away a lot of information to C911 though.
30 seconds
And
to battle.
this time around, YG are going to smoke outside of their base. Their smokes are going to be revealed, but Sad is going to get caught out in this position. He does get hit by that Thunder Strike, and unfortunately will be losing his life. Zoran will be picking up that first blood on that offlane Bristle, and he is going to have a great start to this game number 2.
The battle begins.
His brain is so big.
I gamble.
I love how YG have decided that as a team, all of them are just going to use that one voice line. Right? It's not going to be anything else except his brain is so big. But Monkey King might find himself in a bit of trouble here. 9 has not really skilled up anything. Neither has a Rubik. Tiger hasn't either. I wonder, has anyone actually skilled any? Oh wow, none of the players. Okay, now they do. Naga Siren has the Deluge available. And now towards this bot side, Venomancer plus the Rubik against the Monkey King and the Disruptor have to hold that thought, as Skill Lay did end up going down solo to the Naga Siren. Very surprising there. I don't know what really went wrong, as I did happen to miss that kill, but talking a bit about these lanes, let's get our metrics set out. Venomancer plus the Rubik should be having a good time against Disruptor and the Monkey King, because they can stay at a distance and make sure that Jingu never gets activated, right? You can essentially, Boombui can just lift up the Monkey King and push him back, or rather throw him back, to make sure he can't get his Jingu off. And Tiger can make sure that the Monkey King is so slowed down when that Venomous Gale comes off that perhaps this Monkey King is going to struggle. But that requires a few levels first up on C911 in order for them to be able to do that. In contrast, if Lun finds a nice glimpse on a mispositioned target, then they can potentially find a kill. On their side as well. A bit about the top lane. You do have Bristleback alongside the Magnus. Not exactly a very synergistic lane, I will say that. Magnus doesn't really seem like he offers much to the Bristleback. Perhaps he can just stack some creeps and take them out on his own. I think the Magnus's impact in this game will be limited to his reverse polarity, him getting his Blink Dagger, and just being able to dish out those ultimates. Let's see how much success he actually has in that regard. Skill Lay is a very good... Skill Lay loves to play heroes with like skill-based abilities, right? And he makes them work. Let's see if he can find the will to make the Magnus work. And if he finds a bit of luck going his way as well. Of course, he was a bit unlucky. He did end up dying solo to the Naga Siren, but you know, we don't. Let's just forget about that. Okay, bye. Sorry, I did take a while tuning into those last hits. Now towards that bot side, KSH contesting that Lotus Pool on towards Boombui. And this Rubik is as sure as dead. One more hit will do the trick. The Jingu was activated, and that means the Boundless Strike will be doing too much damage. Tiger on the way out, but it's too late. There are 10 stick charges on this Disruptor, and there are enough tangos to feed a village here.
Hey, Disruptor. You're with me that Zeus is a jerk, right?
Interesting that Monkey King threw a Zeus voice line out there. Magnus being brought in over here. He doesn't have the skewer. Sad has activated a Scorched Earth, and 9 will be able to take that kill. Meanwhile, Zoran trying to find that return. I think I'm being kicked out. I don't know why I disconnected my. I will try reconnecting the game. It should be fine. It should be fine. There we go. Apologies for the disconnect. Don't really know what went wrong there. But we are back into this, and as it turns out, I don't... Yeah, the Magnus died, but apart from that, I don't think any other return was found. Doom is back into the lane, and hopefully we can continue without any further disruptions. Again, tuning into the lost hits. Monkey King is sitting at about 31 lost hits, so leading the lost hit chart. Meanwhile, the Tiny is following pursuit, and it's actually the Doom who doesn't have that many lost hits. At just about 22, he needs to be upping his game. Of course, Doom's being low on lost hits isn't a concerning factor because you do have the Devour. Later on, you will have the Hand of Midas, and you did go for the Devil's Bargain, so you're eventually going to sell it, right? So Doom will accelerate in his farm, in his net worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, Sad is here. There are 3 heroes though, and he's getting a glimpse back. Jengi is in trouble. The Monkey King is here too, and a Boundless Strike, it almost made it work. There it is. Will clean up Jengi, but a 3-man Venomous Gale coming in from the Venomancer. Tiger will be able to take down the Monkey King. Luna again in trouble. The Disruptor will fall too. Tiger gets a double kill for himself. C911 may have lost their carry, but they still come out ahead. I mean, you can take a Doom down, but he is going to recover. Very rarely do you see a Doom being shut down.
His brain is so big.
I believe a bit of disconnects happening. I mean, it happened to me too. I think there's some issue with the server. Hopefully it gets sorted out. Server from Valve side, of course. Monkey King on about 3,000 in terms of net worth. But yeah, so yesterday we were talking a bit about the Lost Airbender, and I said I had a special announcement, but then I forgot. So they announced a new Avatar animated series. It's going to be on the Earth Bender, and I'm looking forward to that one. I don't know if you guys have seen the Lost Airbender, but if you haven't, The Legend of Korra, Lost Airbender, great series. Do give it a watch. But now we go back, right? Glad I was able to remember my promise to you guys last time around. Zoran is in trouble. He is going to get ensnared and brought back as Boom Boy and Tiger. There is going to be a very slow and painful death. He is going to take out to the poison, and the rest of the response is coming in. KSS doesn't have the Wukong's command though, so what is he doing here with his Primal Spring? The Disruptor Glimpse is going to bring him back, but the question is, will C911 continue their chase? So far, it does seem like it. It's an ensnare on towards the Monkey King. He's being brought back, and Jengi is going to turn his attention towards that Staff Warrior. Will be able to take him down. And 2 more set of TPs coming in. These are interesting TPs at interesting times.
His brain is so big.
And once again, Yangon Galacticos throwing out the taunts. I'm not really sure why in this case, but Bristleback going to get brought back from that Nago Siren. Skill Lay is there. He has the skewer, and so is Lun. Zoran was hit by the Gale, but no one else. And he's actually pretty tanky on that Bristleback, so he should be doing fine. Meanwhile, for YG, this Monkey King, he really needs to farm. This safe lane is empty. It's completely empty. There are 4 heroes at the 7-minute mark over on that triangle, and I'm not too sure what they are trying to achieve. Skill, Lun has that level 3 glimpse. Will make their way on towards Bumbui, who's going to be glimpsed back, and Rubik is going to die here. The puck is there, but I'm not too sure if he wants to be coming in. Now, Lun was traded out, but this is a very slow team fight because it's only 7 minutes in. The skewer to bring back Tiger, though the Venomancer is going to fall, but again, the avalanche coming in from the Tiny. That is going to enable Tiger to get a double kill, and I don't know why YG are contesting like this. I mean, their Naga Siren, their support has decided that this is, since this lane is completely empty, that I can just go down here and get some experience. It's still empty. Let's see. Okay, now I'm glad. Let's give a round of applause to Carstensz for making his way down here. And now at least he should be farming up. At least get his level 6, man. Like, get your Wukongs, come on. And then fight. A lot of those situations that we saw earlier on where there were like 4 heroes stacked in. 4 heroes from C911 in one grouped up position. That would have been a perfect Wukong's come on. But perhaps a bit of time is required for YG to be able to pull off plays like that. Tiger now has the Venomous Gale as well as the Poison Noxious Plague. I don't know why they changed the name from Poison Nova to Noxious Plague. I mean, they could have kept the name. Not as if the name was wrong, you know. A single target. Can a single target be a Nova? Because I don't actually know what Nova means. A star showing a sudden large increase in brightness and then slowly returning to its original state after over a few months. Okay, so it was, long story short, it was never supposed to be called a Poison Nova. Because those two words don't make any sense. But the good thing is, that means that you can call anything a Nova in Dota then, right? You could still call it Poison Nova. Midside, Young PH. He's queued up a Witchblade. Will be quite a while before he's able to make that. Meanwhile, B-Buy, again, will be quite a while before he's able to get that Blink Dagger. And those are the 2 key items that both of these teams require to be actually taking the early game outside of the laning phase. Venomancer Tiger, does he want to be going forward? Oh, nice perception there. Able to plant that ward over on that high ground, making sure that he catches anyone out. Boomboy, meanwhile, is towards that top side. They are looking towards engaging. The Bristleback is doomed up, but his doom is slowly ticking out. The Venomancer is coming in as well. Carstensz in with the Primal Spring, and it's on top of them they go, but he got down, brought down, and this Monkey King is going to fall down. 5 and 11 right now. Young PH still on this mid lane. So is a Tiny, but of course B-Buy is making a move. He's heading on over towards that triangle where there are, I think those are forced. Oh man, was able to clean all of them up thanks to the Deluge available as well. That's going to give him a nice little boost towards his Blink Dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Boomboy. Even towards that top side, it's actually Sad who's being chased upon, but Carstensz is again not farming. He's not farming. He's the lowest net worth core in the game, and if he doesn't farm, he won't be able to make much happen. This is a fight towards that mid side, but a Song of the Siren to come out. And that's going to allow C911 to reposition. The song goes out though, and they're going to bring the puck in. Take down Young PH. The Skewer, unfortunately, will end up impaling the Magnus instead. Towards that top side, 9NZ catches out Zoran. It is a 4,000 lead, and with the death of this Bristleback, it is going to be a 5,000 lead. Yangon Galacticos struggling in this mid game, or rather in this early game. 5 5 and 14 right now. KSH queued for himself up a hand of Midas. Now, not too sure about that item. This Yangon Galacticos are going to have to play this in a way where they are not reliant on their carry for at least the next 10 minutes. And not too sure how comfortable of a position that is going to be. It's going to be up to Zoran to actually make things happen. But again, he's also not been doing that well. He does have a Vanguard, has about 1600 gold. I wonder if he's going to be going for a Scepter. Meanwhile, Skill Lay not really having a blink. B-Boy does have the blink dagger up though, and the Puck still making his way towards that Witchblade. It's going to be a minute or so before he gets that one. But B-Boy with his blink dagger, C911 are going to turn up the pressure. They are going to amp it up quite a bit. And let's see if YG, they can withstand that amount of pressure. The blink dagger is going to be revealed. But just towards that top side they go. Tiger holding his Venomous Gale for now. He's going to use the Noxious Plague on towards the other two. The RP to come out, but there's a Static Storm on top of Zoran, on top of them all. And that's going to mean that C911 have to get back. The Doom is going to be used on the Disruptor, on the Bristleback. 2 and 1 is going to be the score for now as KSH comes in with the Wukong's command. Will be able to clean them up. But still, it is a Yangon Galacticos who have lost this fight. KSH may just end up taking down the Venomancer, but not even that. It's going to be a full team wipe coming out from C911. And a 6,000 to 7,000 net worth advantage is going to be amassed. Oh man, that was not the right play coming out from Yangon Galacticos. I mean, it's really seems a bit lackluster coming from their side. Young PH doesn't have the Dream Core, so not really sure what he wants to be doing. Perhaps the Glimpse will help though, as Boombui is quite stuck here, so the Rubik will end up falling. Tiger, if he sticks around, he may end up suffering the same fate. He doesn't exactly have any kind of backup here, but he does have like a literal army of wards though. KSH in possession of the Hand of Midas. Perhaps his farm can accelerate. Perhaps they can win out this game. But now it's towards that top side rune where Zoran is going to fall beside of his Disruptor. And he's going to end up dying. Young PH trying to get the return on towards that Venomancer, but won't be able to get out alive. He will end up falling too. And it was Skill Lay who actually found the kill on towards Tiger. Otherwise, the Puck wouldn't have been able to do that. He did set up nicely with the Dream Call though, but a very aggressive maneuver. And YG, they also lose their Monkey King. Skill Lay, the only one alive towards this top side. Not for long though, as Viva is going to come in with an avalanche toss, and he is unstoppable on this Tiny. It seems like YG have a mountain to climb, but the mountain is Viva, and doesn't seem like they can climb on top of him. Young PH to go in, but the Song of the Siren to hold everyone in place. 9NZ is going forward. The KSH was also caught in the trap of that song, but the Bristleback is there though. Zoran is here, but the rest of their team is going to go in. B-Bye towards that backline, finding that avalanche toss, and a Doom one towards that Monkey King means that they've lost 2 of their cores, and Lun is also going to end up falling here as Boombui chases him down. B-Bye rages on forward, and Lun is going to take out to the vessel. And now they're trying to catch out that Puck. The avalanche not really going to land on him, but without a Blink Dagger, this is a very dead Puck, and Skill Lay, who came in to help, is going to show a bit of camaraderie as he's going to get sent back to the fountain as well. A full team wipe coming out from C911. 16 minutes in, and it is looking like a bit of a disaster for YG. They just simply do not have any kind of response to this, and simply seem like they have no idea of how to respond to this. It seems like they're just chucking heroes at the enemy and hoping, you know, something will stick. The enemy being, you know, a huge wall. Young PH. I mean, Witchblade or no, man, he needs a Blink Dagger. Disruptor is going to get killed out. One full combination of B-Buy is enough to take the Disruptor down at this stage. Enough to actually take down 1100 HP. He was able to do 1200 damage. So if this Disruptor makes a bracelet, he can survive basically. Zoran did end up eating a vessel and he will also fall. Meanwhile, Skille comes in with the skewer on just a support. It is simply not enough. Zoran to come in once again though, but he's going to get Vessel down. There is no Doom, but there is an Avalanche toss. Zoran to get tossed back, and the GG to be called. The earliest game in Cringe Station was previously around 18 minutes and something. This one was around 17 minutes when YG were calling GG. And C911, they picked up the best heroes. They picked up S-tier heroes for their side, and they were able to take game number 2 against Yangon Galacticos. So we are going to game number 3. They were certainly able to work out on a lot of their issues. I think their draft this time around was much better, and if they can continue with this momentum, perhaps they can even take out this series. But of course, YG are a formidable team. When they're playing good, they seem really strong, but when they're not playing good, they seem to crumble. But of course, that was just game number 2. Let's take a short break and come back for game number 3. Don't go anywhere. This is your host Toltrus, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. go for that Tusk as well as that Monkey King. And the Tusk Snowball can actually save heroes from both the reverse polarity as well as the Requiem. So this is going to be interesting to see whether or not Yangon can actually make that happen. And I think Skill Lay is going to be playing that Tusk, and he should be able to do that because he has been able to do that before time and time again. And they also picked themselves up a Warlock who can, I mean, the BKB Piercing Stun can outright disable the Shadow Fiend from getting off his Requiem even if the Shadow Fiend has a BKB. That is perhaps something that they can look forward to. Meanwhile, the third pick for C911 is remaining. Let's see what they go for. The Terrorblade and the Marcy are both being banned out. Is it going to be another disruptor? As a Yangon Galacticos, I mean, with the Warlock, they should go for a kind of Glass Cannon carry. The Terrorblade is banned out, but they can go for a Templar Assassin. They can go for a Swen even. C911, what are they going to be going for? It's going to be a Phoenix and as well as another ultimate dependent hero, right? The Naga Siren is banned out, so they can't go for that. But ideally, they go for something that have less cooldowns. And I don't even know if the Shadow Fiend is going to be going mid, by the way. It could very well be a carry Shadow Fiend. But of course, against a squishy hero like the Warlock as well as the Monkey King, you may want to be going for a magic damage Shadow Fiend on the mid position because you want additional fear lines, right? At that level 20 mark, when you have those additional fear lines, Monkey King can just, if he gets hit by that Requiem, he's probably going to end up walking out of his own Wukong's command, disabling it entirely. So that might be the way that C911 do play this, but it is going to be their fourth pick. It is going to be a Clockwork, and that does mean this Magnus is going to be a core. So will the Shadow Fiend. Or perhaps even, I mean, the Phoenix can technically be a core, but I think the Phoenix will be on that position 5 role. Meanwhile, you have the Clockwork and the Magnus, so you have a nice little setup for the Skewer into your tier 1 tower if you can keep the lane momentum in your favor. You know, the Clockwork can go in with the Battery Assault as well as the Cogs, hold someone in. Meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos, they have that Pangolier, which means that,
10 seconds remaining.
Pangolier plus the Fatal Bonds coming out from the Warlock is a certainly disastrous combination. But the thing is, Pangolier is pretty weak against the Clockwork, right? Because if you can get the Pango inside of the Cogs, he is just going to he's just going to bounce around like a Beyblade inside of that rather than being able to do much. But of course, even then, even if the Pangolier gets the Rolling Thunder off, you still have the RP that can hold him in place. You have the Requiem that will send the Rolling Thunder off to a different direction. And not to mention, it doesn't do anything to the Phoenix Egg, right? So Yangon Galacticos, they don't have a solid way of taking that egg out. A C911 banning out the offlaners. I think you also ban out the Tide Hunter in this kind of a situation. But, I mean, it might not even be a Pango mid, to be honest. It could even be a Monkey King on that mid position and a Pango offlane. But I think that Yangon Galacticos love to play that Monkey King on that carry position. It might just be Young PH, or rather KSH, who goes in for the Monkey King. So let's see. It really just depends, right, on what you are comfortable with. That is going to be the way that Yangon Galacticos go for it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh man, the Pangolier's sword is very shiny. We might actually see more heroes like the Pangolier come out. I mean, you know, the 3 Musketeers. Right now, we only have 1 Musketeer. I want 2 more. Yangon Galacticos go for the Gyrocopter. So in fact, it is going to be an offlane Gyro, or rather an offlane Pango, coupled up with and also a Gyrocopter safe lane and a Monkey King on mid position. So I was thinking about this in the right direction, but just the player preferences is something that made me think that it might not end up this way. C911, they see the Gyrocopter and now they need a carry to be able to respond to the Gyro. Perhaps they just go for the Templar, right? And just end the game within that 35 to 40 minute mark. If it doesn't work out, and Templar Assassin loses, but if it does work out, then you can take down then you can win against Yangon Galacticos. But you also can go for something like the Morphling that is available in the pool. Morphling does do pretty well against the Gyrocopter too, can just straight up burst the Warlock and the Tusk, and it is going to be the Morphling in fact for C911. So I'm glad that every series I at least get a few predictions correct. It makes me feel good inside. And this is going to be, I believe, a late game, because both of these carries, you know, they are late game carries, and this is essentially a 4 Protect 1 draft coming out for C911, although it is a weak 4 Protect 1 draft because your frontliner is only the Magnus, and the rest of your team, I mean, Bibai on the Shadow Fiend, very squishy. 9 is very squishy as well. I mean, everyone is really squishy. Even the Magnus isn't exactly a very tanky hero. He can soak up a fair bit of damage and will be doing so, will have to do so for his team, but they have the additional requirement of having to create space for Zhengi to farm on this Morphling, and it's going to be a bit difficult because you have the heal on the other side, you have the save coming in from skill Lei, and you have Zoran and Young PH who are not going to allow you to actually be able to get those ultimates off so easily. But of course, for Yangon Galacticos, their capacity to deal with the egg is only going to come online once this Gyrocopter joins the fight, and Yangon Galacticos, I wonder what kind of rotations they are going to be going for and how quickly they mount up those rotations, because Gyro farms a lot faster than the Morphling. Even before having that Aghanim Scepter, you have the Flak Cannon. Morphling doesn't have a similar spell. I mean, you have the Waveform, but Morphling has such low mana. The Flak Cannon is a lot more spammable than the Morphling's Waveform, just to be able to dish out, clean out creeps. So let's see. The final game between Yangon Galacticos and C911 is going to be starting. It's underway.
Prepare for battle.
King can just... Again, YG going to go for a smoke inside of their own base, and it's going to expire by the time they reach the river. But this time around, actually, C911, they are heading into the same direction. I said that, but Boom Boy literally just turned around. But again, YG, their smoke is going to run out by the time they even enter or walk up these stairs, and they won't find anyone, unfortunately. Or rather, fortunately, as I think C911 are actually stronger. It's a close call. I'm not really too sure if they're stronger. I do think the draft favors Yangon Galacticos
30 seconds
significantly, because C911 don't exactly have any kind of sure shot disable outside of that RP, and also they have a squishy lineup. They have a very squishy lineup. Of course, over on the mid lane, it should be the Shadow Fiend who wins out against the Pangolier. Just the fact that Zoran is a melee hero, then Shadow Fiend can get off those triple raises. He should be having a decent enough time. So I do expect the mid lane to be won by C911, but that also depends on whether or not Skill Lei comes in with those rotations on towards that Shadow Fiend, right? If you are able to shut down that Shadow Fiend through some rotations, then you will be in a very good position to actually take it towards that mid to late game. Meanwhile, for YG, oops, I accidentally poked my mic as I was trying to drink my tea. Topside Morphling, and oh, it's actually, yeah, okay, so they actually... Okay, so it's the Monkey King mid, right? The Pangolier, the Monkey King versus the Shadow Fiend, similar concept, right? The Monkey King, in order to activate the Jingu, needs to dish out 4 hits on the Shadow Fiend, right? And to dish out 4 hits, you need to take in 3 raises. So that's a very risky maneuver for the Monkey King to be making. So B-Bite, similar to the Pangolier, despite the raises being a bit more riskier, because if the Jingu does get activated, then Young PH should be able to stand his ground. But B-Bite should still be having a very decent time here. And at the very least, I mean, both of these heroes can potentially have a decent time. It really depends on how Monkey King positions himself. Right now, he's about 7 lost hits, so he is well ahead of that Shadow Fiend. But at the very least, I mean, B-Buy can just recover using the raises, right? So both mid laners should be having a decent enough time. Towards the top lane, you do have a Pangolier and a Tusk. Pangolier, meanwhile, is trying to skip these creeps. Make sure that the creeps are brought in towards his, between his two towers. And that is going to be the way that they can keep the lane momentum going in their favor. Meanwhile, towards that bot side is going to be the gyrocopter coupled up with the warlock. So a lot of sustain coming out for the warlock, and for C911, I mean, their clockwork as well as their Magnus is going to be suffering a bit, right? Because the fatal bonds, and not only that, the upheaval will slow down that clockwork to a halt, and I'm not sure if the mechanical monstrosity will be able to find the position to get the warlock in the cogs. Now, however, if Lun is in a bad position, then he was surely going to die, right? Because we talked a bit about the setup for Tiger to come in with the skewer. Oh, I missed the first blood there, and a return being found from Jengi on towards 9. C911, that actually favors them, because sure, you got the first blood. It was a Tusk who got the first blood, but it was a Morphling who got the return. So Jengi was able to get the experience as well as some gold going his way. The question is, can he actually contend? The Swashbuckle may end up taking him out, and there's a tag team coming in as well. Sad is losing a bit of HP. Zoran able to hold his ground. The shield crash won't be hitting the Morphling, but at the very least, they might have been able to actually get the Lotus. The Morphling will be able to come back in momentarily, though has 13 wand charges, and there it is. He's back to full HP. The waveform coming in about 4 seconds. The Phoenix did fall earlier, but YG, can they actually find the trade here? Turns out they... Or rather, it was C911 who was supposed to find the trade. YG found the Phoenix, who's already risen from the ashes and is already back towards, or rather outside of the base. He doesn't exactly have a teleport. KSH might just end up getting skewered, but Tiger doesn't want to be going for it, taking a lot of damage from the gyrocopter's cannons. The homing missile is also placed down on towards Tiger, and it seems like KSH may just end up being able to find a solo kill. Yes, he will, on towards that high ground. Perfectly planned that out to make sure the skewer took him with him. And now towards that mid side, B-Buy. This is the rotation we were talking about. The Shadow Fiend is going to end up falling. The rotations from C911, they are coming in, but I'm not too sure about this. They are stuck inside of the cogs, but young PH, he's not going to be threatened by this. He was just going to march on forward. One poke of the staff will take it down Icarus. 5-2 right now, and Yangon Galacticos off to a great start. I mean, sure, they've lost 2 heroes, but those 2 heroes have just been the Tusk. So far, they've been able to accumulate kills on all of their cores, and that's certainly going to help them. But now C911 over on this top side, they want to take down the Pangolier, but Skill Lay again is coming in. The waveform is used, but it didn't really land on anyone, and 9 has the dive, will be able to make his way out, but he's back in. He just went back in. One more hit, Skill Lay will be able to secure the kill, and KSH comes in on towards Sat on that Morphling. He has 10 wand charges, he's going to waveform forward, will be able to take down the Tusk. But let's see if he'll be able to make his way out of this one. The body blocks from Zoran coming in. Of course, he does have that wand, and with just one more hit, and KSH will be able to find the last bullet to the wave there.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yangon Galacticos. Leading the net worth chart, sitting at about 3,400.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Where's that bot side? It's another initiation. Tiger finds the skewer on towards the Monkey King. But the gyrocopter once again is there. Tiger will fall and the Shrine of Wisdom will be collected by YG. But meanwhile, over on the other side, the Phoenix from C911 was able to get the Shrine of Wisdom as well. So it's at the end of the day, it's going to be 1 and 1 each.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower towards the bot side is going to end up falling as Yangon Galacticos, they accumulate a 3,000 net worth advantage. Towards that mid side, the Clockwork gets engaged upon, stuck inside of the shards, and a boundless strike to finish the Clockwork off as Yangon Galacticos, young PH, is going to make his way towards the mid side tower, dishing out some damage. B-Boy needs to be careful. He is struggling so hard on that Shadow Fiend, the lowest net worth core in the game, and Skill Lay is about to match up to him and is about to make his way towards him as well with a snowball. The boundless strike to hold him in place, but I'm not too sure about this because young PH is incredibly low here. The Pangolier Rolling Thunder is coming though. Boombui will end up falling. The waveform out from Jengi will be able to allow him to reposition, but it's just not going to be enough. V-Bai coming in with a Requiem, making sure that Zoran keeps his distance from him. Balloon will be able to grab himself up a double kill, and it doesn't seem like Sad is going to have a chance either. C911, I mean, they had the upper hand in the previous series, but they are collapsing right now. 1,400 net worth swing towards Yangon Galacticos, and they're going to be able to take down a tower too, so this is going to be a 6,000 net worth advantage pretty soon as this tower falls. If it falls, because KSH is seemingly unsure whether or not they want to be going for this, because C911, they might just might as well defend, but they don't have the heroes nearby. Gyrocopter almost has a Chrysalis though. Meanwhile, Monkey King on his way towards making that diffusal blade towards that triangle. They found the Shadow Fiend once again, a boundless strike to finish him off. And the only soul he's gathering is the one of himself, unfortunately. I'm not sure if he can gather his own soul. He loses souls. Monkey King, Yangon Galacticos on towards Boombui. The Shadow Ward plays down on towards that Clockwork as well, and I feel sorry for him. But Yangon Galacticos, they are not going to show any mercy. They're going to take down the Clockwork, accumulate a 7,000 lead at the 10-minute mark. Topside, the Phoenix also falls, and this is a massacre. Yangon Galacticos, they are playing out of their minds right now. Even towards the mid-side, once again, the RP being dodged out. It found a Centaur, but that was it. And that means that Yangon Galacticos will be allowed to reposition. (16-3) right now. And Tiger, not really that close to his Blink Dagger. He needs to be farming up to be able to get that. Shadow Fiend. Oh man, B-Bai is yeah, the Warlock is about to overtake the Shadow Fiend in terms of net worth. In fact, even the Tusk is about to overtake him. So it's going to be up to the rest of the team to be able to make something happen for themselves. C911, they are being encroached upon by young PH, the Monkey King, towards that topside tower, but it's Zoran who finds the kill with that swashbuckle. Midside, once again, the Gyrocopter called down to come raining Hellfire down upon that Shadow Fiend. B-Bai is going to fall. KSH with a double kill. And I mean, there are so I'm sorry that I can't analyze much for you guys, but look at this: 22 kills in 11 minutes. I mean, there's a kill happening every other second. Young PH finds a defusal on towards Tiger. The Walrus punch to send him up into the air. The boundless strike to send him back down into the grave. Find the Phoenix as well. And Sad is here with the Morphling. Another boundless strike. This time was reversed upon Young PH, and Boom Boy will be able to find the Monster Kill streak going his way. And perhaps C911, this is the best chance they've had all game long to be able to find some kind of return. But KSH is coming in as well. But they're only down to their two heroes. Zoran is coming in too. He has the Rolling Thunder. Sad trying to strength morph. The Requiem, will it be enough? Will at the very least throw them back, but in the end, it's not really going to be all that significant. Towards the top side, Young PH once again finds that two-man boundless and a swashbuckle on towards B-by. Two heroes die down instantly, and I'm not too sure if C911 have much appetite left for this game. I mean, a 9,000 net worth advantage at 13 minutes? That is quite remarkable. A Blink Dagger is ready on that Magnus, but the problem is, even if you land that RP, where are you going to find the follow-up from, friends? It's, you know, the hotline for 911 isn't going to really be responding towards you. I think even they're going to raise their hands up and call it a day. Skillday was found out, was skewered back, and the Tuskar should be losing his life. And the Warlock is also going to follow the Tuskar, Yangon Galacticos, making a mistake here. But KSH is going to come in with a nice little double kill instantly, wiping the floor with those two supports.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This time around, my nose poked the microphone, so I'm sorry if you heard a disruption there. But 14 minutes in, 8,000 of a net worth advantage, and B-By now has the Kaya. So nicely done by him, at least on his road to recovery. At the very least, you do have a Blink Dagger on the Magnus, as previously mentioned, a Vladimir's and a Yasha being built up by the Morphling. If he can get to his Monta style in the next 3 to 4 minutes, then perhaps C911 can find the way back into this game. B-By trying to channel up his Requiem, by Young PH finding the juke there. But now inside of this Wukong's command, they have 4 heroes. The Wukong's ring is still there, though of course it is going to dissipate, and this means that Young PH, can he actually die here? He was able to take down another one before falling down. There were 5 heroes on him, and now there are only 3 left to tell the tale.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tier 2 tower. Midside, Zoran waiting for that Rolling Thunder.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He wants to be going in. The question is, do C9 really want to be doing this? Rolling Thunder in response to the initiation from the Clockwork to come out. The Phoenix Egg as well, but 2 heroes instantly pop. And the Phoenix Egg, surely it does stun out the rest of Yangon Galacticos, but will it matter? There's no follow-up here. Tiger will end up eating a punch from the One Punch Man himself. The Tusk will be able to clear Tiger out. And now the Morphling, even though he found the crucial exchange there's a Monkey King that you have to contend with. It's going to be a full team wipe coming out. On towards C911.
Dire's middle tower.
The monkey business calls are starting to come out from Yangon Galacticos. That's when they feel really confident. It's the your brain is so big from Yangon Galacticos and the monkey business one. Those two are the
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
favorite voice lines that I've seen from them, right? I mean, it's their favorite voice lines. I usually prefer the hero voice lines, but I suppose the ones that Yangon Galacticos do use add on a bit of pressure towards C911, who, there it is, once again. This time it's around inside of that Roche pit, and I don't think C911 have the capacity to actually contest this.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Morphling got out towards that top side, and Zhengi will end up falling. 11,000 net worth, 17 minutes in. And Skill found the Shadow Fiend there. He does have the Requiem and a 2-man RP to try and turn things around. Will it be enough? But it's simply not going to happen for you. C911. They are going to lose. And they're going to lose out big.
His brain is so big.
Oh man, this is an... I'm not too sure what they can do to actually come back into this team, into this game. Game number 3 is, that's a full team wipe. Young PH found the Phoenix there as he was trying to make his way towards that triangle, and now it's towards that high ground that YG make their move. That tier 3 tower is taking quite a bit of damage, and you only have the Phoenix X. Sure, you have the hookshot in, but you don't have the RP. KSH has the Aghanim Scepter ready up. Tiger going to go for a skewer, but you've already lost your Zhengi. And without your Morphling, without your carry, what can you possibly do here? KSH able to hold his ground as Zoran rains down the swashbuckle, the musketeers on towards C911. KSH now will be able to take down the ranged racks. Tiger, nice little drop down on the Monkey King there, and he was able to find a skewer. Of course, Young PH has the shard, so he can just make his way out, and Zoran's going to go in. On towards the Shadow Fiend. Biba is going to lose his life. The egg, though, won't be able to get popped. As the Rolling Thunder, it did come out, though, making sure that the Pangolier Zoran stays alive. The homing missile and the dive to get interrupted the swashbuckle. In fact, the hook shot to actually land on towards Zoran. Nicely found by Boombui. He finds the godlike streak. As Tiger, he really wants to make sure that YG can't just escape on out of here. Waiting patiently for his Blink Dagger to come online. Is he going to go for it? Not really wanting to go for it. Tiger inside of that Wukong's command, and not really sure what he was doing there with his positioning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sad found 5 bounty rooms. He found what? 70 into 5 is 350. 350 into 5 is around 1500. 1750 gold. This time around my maths did end up working out. That's pretty impressive. Wait, no. 5 is 50. 70 into 5 is 350. Then 350 into 5 is 1500. I can't calculate that, guys. If you know the answer, like what is 350 into 5? Like, drop it down. But it's something around 1750, right? But that's not important. What's important is the fact that C911's tier 3s are being knocked down, and their mid lane is being threatened here. KSH. Seems like Zoran wants to be going in. The Boundless Strike to interrupt Biba's escape there. He will end up falling as Zoran makes his move on that clockwork. Yangon Galacticos don't seem like they're going to be stopped anytime soon. I mean, C911, they are confined to their fountain. The hook shot coming in from Boombui will at least mean a skewer on towards the tusk inside of his base, and he is going inside of the fountain, and he's going to die. But I mean, it's simply not enough. The golem to drop down on towards Zhengi. Lun, however, is in trouble. He was simply able to walk away, and this time the Phoenix Egg won't be there. C911, they lose 3 of their heroes, and there the taunts come out again from Lun as well as Zoran. And they only have 1 more lane of racks to contend with. Morphling, Zhengi, trying to make his way out, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I think that Yangon Galacticos just go for the tier 4s, and I think the C911, surely they're probably going to call it here. I'm not too sure what they're fighting for. I don't think they have much fight left in them. And KSH, he's just going to go for the tier 4s. Monkey King on towards B-Buy. He has the BKB, and that means that C911 can't do anything. A lackluster hook shot from Boombui, and they're showing signs of complete systematic failure on their team in this game number 3. Zoran? Yeah, this is... oh, man. Just pressing buttons, and that ends up giving you kills in this big of an advantage. Tiger trying to go for another skewer play, but he's going to get interrupted, sent into the air by that Eels. A call down to rain down hell upon C911 as they lose their cores. And the throne is going to collapse. The GG wasn't called in time, but now it's inevitable. You at least throw the good game to the other side for a game well played between Yangon Galacticos and C911. They do take it 2-1, and Yangon Galacticos, I believe that was their second win. I will just check for you guys in the group standings. There you have it. Yeah, that is their second win. The Yangon Galacticos have yet to lose a series in this tournament, and they are off to a great start to be making it into those playoffs. And actually, Yangon Galacticos are the only ones who have actually won 2 series, or rather, who are undefeated currently in their run. So perhaps they can, I mean, they should probably make it into the playoffs. Certainly a team to look out for. Have been, I think, is the oldest organization in the Southeast, in the tier 3 Southeast Asian scene. But of course, guys, that was just series number 2. We have another series. I know, right? Another series for you guys. We were bringing in 1 best of 3 for you in the previous days, but now we decided, you know, why not give you guys 3 best of 3s? So we will be right back after a short break for the 3rd and final best of 3 for today. And I also have a very special announcement for tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So do stay tuned. I will let you guys in on what that is going to be after the 3rd series ends. Stay tuned and find out. This is your host Daltrus signing off for now. We will be back in about half an hour, or rather 45 minutes, 40 minutes in fact, for that 3rd series. So stay tuned.